always did, and the way that was done before me with this. And then hopefully, if we finish up tonight, use that gavel to adjourn. Session. First item on the agenda. Oh, those who wish to watch or participate remotely may do so by accessing the meeting link at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. So the first item on the agenda is a discussion item. It's the master plan committee update. Mrs. Luttrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't remember how to do this. Do you want me to push anything?
No, because I don't think the microphones are on.
It's all owl.
Oh, is it, oh, so you don't need these things?
I don't think so.
We're not on
Good.
Sam.
No.
We're on Owl.
We even got that
Oh,
far.
that thing. It's the microphone.
Yeah, see, look at
You have to talk.
It doesn't pick up a lot of sound, but you do have to speak up.
I think I can do that.
You can.
The master plan, the final draft review was presented to town meeting. There is a QR code that is all around town, or you can access the master plan via the town website on the master plan committee webpage. In the next couple of weeks, we'll be incorporating all the gorgeous pictures that we received. We weren't able to get them in prior to town meeting, but those will be incorporated. And the plan is to have a joint planning board, select board meeting in June, at which time hopefully the planning board will accept the plan. And the master plan committee will be done. We are meeting on Wednesday to recap town meeting and figure out the next steps forward. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions or comments regarding the master plan committee update?
It was a great job getting it done in time for town meeting and getting it out there. Thank you, Mimi.
Is there, can anyone from the public tune in to this thing?
Yes.
So should I?
If you see what's behind you, that's what's going out on YouTube.
Okay, so every time we have any questions or comments, I should ask if the public has any questions or comments. And then you would,
I have people on Zoom, yes.
and then you would let them speak?
Yes.
Okay, so do you see anybody that has any questions or comments?
No hands up.
Okay, next item on the agenda is a continued public hearing through 25 Turnpike Road, Ken's Foods expansion. Major site plan approval. This is continued from September 27th, October 18th, November 15th, December 13th, January 10th, January 24th, February 7th, February 28th, March 14th, April 11th, and April 25th. And the also continued public hearing for Ken's Foods expansion special permit for lower impact development, continued from the same dates. Karina, did you want to give us an update on this?
Sure. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we really can.
Okay. So at the last meeting, 25th, just prior to that, we received Fuss and O'Neill review comments on submission number four. That was their, the applicant team's most recent submission. On April 29th, Scott Doty with J. Crow submitted planting clarifications and bioretention area information and asked me to submit that to Mimi Luttrell for review in response to some questions on the plantings from the last planning board meeting. On May 5th, we received an email from attorney Bill Pizzoni from the applicant team submitting a letter to the planning board with a history summary of the major site plan approval aspects. The next day, we received an email from Scott Doty. One of the comments in the Fuss and O'Neill review letter, number 34, had referenced some minor discrepancies in some of the notes, some of the call outs on the plans. So I asked Scott Doty to follow up with Fuss and O'Neill to clarify on what those discrepancies were, because Fuss and O'Neill felt that they weren't impacting to the project at this point, but we needed to know what they were. So Scott provided a response to that, that they were very minor typos based on rounding up of numbers from 3 decimal points to 2 decimal points. We also received a letter from Open Space Preservation Commission Chair Freddie Gillespie, outlining that they had corresponded, the applicant team had corresponded with Open Space and were had many areas in agreement, and there were a couple new recommendations. Scott Doty responded in an email to that comment letter. This morning, we received an email from Heather Alkier, Board of Health Director, with comments regarding, I think, a statement that Bill Pizzoni had included in his letter memo with the summary history of the major site plan approval and some comments that was forwarded to the planning board and also to the applicant team so that they could be aware of that. Then this afternoon, we also received an update from the Board of Health Chair, Chelsea Malnowski, on the noise concerns as well. And then lastly, earlier this afternoon, we received an email from Debbie DeMoria, resident at 58 Flag Road, requesting for condition to nighttime use of the loading bays, requesting a condition in that regard. And that pretty much brings us up to date. Just double checking here. Yep. And that brings us to this evening.
Very good. Thank you. Who's going to go first? Bill? Feel free to, come up to the
Yeah,
table.
I was gonna ask, where do you want us, does the alley follow us?
We're all out of practice.
Yeah, come on up to the table. Let's see how that works.
We also have to get our names in here.
Good evening and welcome back.
Good evening and thank you. And before we do start, I would like to say something, Don, Mr. Morris, Chairman. I've been around most of the 40 years that you've been sitting up there. And it's been a pleasure and a lot of fun. We didn't always agree, but we always seemed to be able to work out a resolution for the developers that I represented. It was good for the community. So I applaud you on your 40 odd years of being here and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the time.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
I agree. We had good success, great success.
Yeah.
I don't think that, other than White's Corner Restaurant, there was a single other building between the Fable Lights and Middle Road. And of course, all those office buildings were a big part of that.
Yeah.
And, we also had some fun.
Pretty much from 495 to Oak Street. Actually, all the way to Framingham, because there were a couple before you on that too.
Yeah.
But
And now we're on the other side of Route 9.
in the subdivisions too.
Oh, yeah.
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 No, it was good and you were always a gentleman and I appreciate it. I guess I'd prefer to let Scott start with any engineering issues that remain open, open space concerns that we just heard about today. And then see if there are any questions from the board or anybody else relative to the engineering. And then we can move on to the noise issue and where we are with that.
Scott, before you.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just
Chairman.
Before we get into that, I'll ask the board. I went through all of that Fuss and O'Neill stuff, your responses back and forth. Does the board want to have Mr. Doty go through it line by line and detail by detail, or by exception, or like a top view of it? How would you like him to proceed?
At this point, I think it's about the waiver requests based on feedback and Fuss and O'Neill.
Right.
The rest of the project is not including the landscaping, open space, and butter concerns about noise. As far as Mr. Pizzoni and Mr. Doty were just asking about the engineering, it's the waiver requests.
Is that the way you wanted to do it?
Well, yes, and I had supposed we're back to this hybrid meeting and perhaps, I don't know if Karina or Colleen can put our document that has the list of
Waivers.
waivers up. Thank you, Bill. But also while that's being located, I wanted to ask and see if the information they had provided regarding the planting clarifications on what's going on in the bioretention area was sufficient, and whether or not you had a chance to review it and whether or not it was sufficient. Ms. Luttrell, that's I know it was questions that you had and responded.
So the plan from 2019 had landscaping requirements, which weren't complied with.
That's correct. They didn't all survive, and there was some herbaceous plants I don't think were ever planted.
Right.
Yeah.
So the new plans don't show those.
Yes, they do. New plans do show them in placements and in excess actually of the.
So from what I see, there are some, but none, like by the snow storage area, there were a whole bunch of winter berries and a service berry and a whole bunch of plants that aren't shown on these plans.
The service berries that one did not survive, and we didn't propose to replace that specific plant. But instead our wetland biologists included other more suitable plants for the elevations and the wet soils that are there. And so that's what we've done, is that the plants that were not successful were replaced by plants that in their opinion are going to be more successful. But overall, the plant material is actually, the planting is going to be more robust than, the planting is more robust. And that's what I wanted to communicate in the summary that I put together for you, that that we're proposing more plants than had originally, and compatible with the conditions out there, and compatible with the original plan.
So are those on the plan?
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're on the plan.
So the 329 plan?
The latest set of plans, there's a planting plan.
I see a couple of dots, but I don't see all of this that was
Would be in the latest plans, and I can see that Karina's calling it up right now. That one folder, or Colleen, I don't know who's operating the latest set of plans. Yes, you might not have the latest plan. I don't know.
C5, Colleen? What's the latest?
It was April 19th.
Yeah, the April 19th plans. Yeah. E5, and then you got to move ahead to the. There's. If you could go ahead and on these plans here, there is the detailed plantings for the bioretention area on the new plans that were added.
Thanks.
The one that also shows the plantings in the buffer zone. They're not this plan, it's you gotta move into the set. The supplemental planting plans that were added. Yes, there you go. C6.
Scott, the
Yes.
C5 plan that you provided in the supplemental information for Amy Luttrell, that's dated, I believe it's dated February 2022. Is that the correct version?
No, the correct version are the latest plans that we.
Right, but this came in after the latest plans. What you provided was, this supplement that you provided was submitted after your most recent plans.
So these plans weren't circulated?
Everything was circulated, but the plan that you provided me to forward to Mimi Luttrell, C5, right? That plan happened to be dated February 2nd. Just trying to see it here. February 2nd, 2022 is the most recent revision date. Is that different than the C5 in the current set of plans?
The latest planting plan for the bioretention is C6.
Right, but I'm saying the C5 plan that you submitted in your submission, right? The plan set that you submitted, there's a C5, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Right? And then you provided Mimi Luttrell a excerpt, sheet C5. And I was just curious if that excerpt matches the same date as the most current plan. Because what I'm reading on C5 planting plan in the excerpt that you provided to answer Mimi's questions from the last meeting, the revision date is February 2022.
Well, that was the last revision to that specific plan, but the planting plan for the bioretention area and what has changed, what we proposed to change on this plan is that plant list, because there was some concern about I think maybe two of the species not being purely native, I think. And so I think it might have to do with hybrids and perhaps cultivars. And so we eliminated that possibility by making sure. So that is the excerpt that I've included is on the planting list on this plan, C5, but the plants for the bioretention area are on the C6 plan.
I understand, but are the C5s both the same? Is plan sheet C5 that we provided Mimi separately the same as the C5 in the current set?
It should be this, it's the same plan, but we proposed to make that change to the plant list that I had in the excerpt of it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that Mimi is looking at.
Yeah, I think
and
that's
planning
the,
board is looking at the same C5.
it's the right C5, but what we're proposing is to change those two cultivars. And that was part of the,
Which is
package
not
they
yet
accept.
included, which is not yet included in a final set.
that is correct. I wanted to make sure that was okay so that we could finalize that.
Thanks.
Yep, thank you, Corinne.
So here's the disconnect. So this planting and the bioretention, that's from is a Ponton solution.
The entire bioretention area was a requirement to meet for stormwater quality for the northeast parking lot under stormwater management guidelines for cleaning the stormwater from runoff from the parking lot. So that's the intent of that whole area.
Except for there was a landscaping component in that area in the 2019 modification. Which this plan isn't the same as. Like outside of the bioretention.
The whole area right to the curb line was set up like that. Was set up to be the bioretention area. Some of the plant materials may seem to be ornamentals and set up for but you might consider to be aesthetic planting, but they're all purpose of them is for stormwater quality.
So, so I don't know what to call this then. So outside of the depression, although still in the bioretention area,
Yes,
there were plants required in 2019 that are not here in 2022. Although there may be a lot more in the depression area, the ones that were out along, like by the parking lot, are not being planted except for right in the.
Goddard, the way the Goddard's wetland plant designers told me is that some of those are going to be, they're going to move them out into more fringe areas from the lowest area for them to be in areas that make sense in terms of the topographic belief that's out there. Some of them come up to a little bit higher elevation, some of them be at lower elevation, depending on the wetness of the soil. They're going to optimize those plantings in the field as they're being done. That's how that area is going to be planted.
Conservation. Prove that.
Yes, they did, yeah. So, so this plan has been reviewed with conservation and it has been approved. So there will be other, there are other plants and materials in there that we might classify as ornamentals, but they're really, the purpose of them is for water uptake and pollutant uptake.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mills.
So just to be clear, I think what Mimi's asking is from the prior plan, from the prior approval and everything, the plants that were supposed to be on there, she's saying she doesn't see on here now and they weren't ever planted. She's asking why they're not on the current plan from the original approval that we gave a couple of years ago. Is that right?
I think that's what I understand also.
Okay. So are you saying what's now being placed in the retention area is supposed to meet that need?
What the plants that are shown in that it's centralized there will be placed in suitable places out at higher elevations, pushed outward as the planting's being done, and basically in the same location. Some of the woody trees and shrubs out to those locations that were where they were previously planted and missing. That's what I have been told in the field. That's what they're going to do. It's going to be a field process. That it will have the same aesthetic.
But those plants all in there were required by Concom to be put in there? Is that correct?
In the area total, they're required. They're going to be in the area total. In some of the areas that are white spaces, some of those plants that seem to be all condensed in the middle will be moved out to fringe areas, depending on the optimal location for the plant material with the amount of wetness that's there.
Okay, but that's still what Concom's saying needs to be in there. Regardless, the plants from years ago on the submittal that got approved, where are those?
Those plants are in that body of plants. They're in those plants, those number of plants. They're not in the exact same location as the prior plan was located. That's what the issue is. They're not in the exact same location.
I'm sorry, I thought you just agreed. All those plants in there is what Concom said had to be in there for uptake, for water uptake and pollutants. That's what you agreed to 2 minutes ago. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so where are all the plants from a couple of years ago when we approved this that were supposed to be planted not due to Concom in that area is what Mimi said?
There were no plants that were planted in that area that were not.
We're not talking about that area, I think.
No, the entire area, Mr. Mills, is that entire shape, including the white areas out to the curb line. That's the bioretention area. That entire area was a Conservation Commission planting.
Well, that's not what I have here. We had a planting plan in 2019.
It was the planting plan for the bioretention area. I think what we can do and to remedy this is to, because the plants that show up in the center of that plan right now include the plants that were also in the fringe areas originally. We can get them, we'll move them so they're located, so they're in the same kind of spacing as that plant, the original plan from 2019. And we can move them out there and spread them out now on the plan. There might be some adjustments that are necessary in the field. Instead of having the biologist work with that number and move them out to something that's similar to what was shown on the plan years ago. We just do that. We'll do that right now. We can do that now. We can move them out to those areas, and so that it is the same look as the plan that was approved in 2018 or 17. We can do that. 19. Thank you.
Modification. I'm just trying to determine.
No, I understand.
We're
I
so early in
understand.
the process that you would comply with the 2019. And this just isn't. And when we went out there, a lot of plants were missing and a lot of dead.
They're not in the same look. They're not shown on this plan in the same location they were. The plants are there, and all the entire area is intended, not just the low area where those plants are gathered right now as a bioretention. The entire area. Matter of fact, the edge, what's an important factor in this area is the grass edge along the parking lot, where that's what captures the sediments, and that's what needs to be cleaned up regularly, swept in the spring. But what wasn't accomplished here is putting the plants exactly in the locations as where they were prior. We can do that.
It looks something like this.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that I understand that's what we have to get over. We have to fix. I understand that.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, I think the rub is that with the new addition and the new plan, the conservation has now approved a different bioretention area makeup on how it would be built. And it's impacting where the old one was supposed to be. I understand that they didn't survive, or some of them weren't planted. But I think the new Conservation Commission order to create the bioretention area that they need requires all these plants. And I think you need to check with Concom before we start moving.
Well, no, because this was our wetland biologist's
Okay.
plan.
All right.
It's not the conservation, which said, okay, that's fine, but we know that those are good. Some of those are going to be moved out and spread out into more of the higher areas, the edge areas that were shown to be planted previously. They just did not do that now. They want to do it in the field. We'll do it now. We'll do it on paper now. And if there needs to be minor adjustments, they can make the minor adjustments instead of making major adjustments. But the plants on the plan are intended to fulfill the original plan and add more, which they do. The numbers are there. Okay, thank you.
So if Mr. Pizzoni is saying that the approved Concom bioretention makes compliance with the 2019 approval impossible, does that mean you will now need to go back to Concom with
No.
this revision?
No,
And if
these
so, why not?
No, because the plants that are intended to make the plan the same as the 2019 plan are on that plan. They need to be moved and planted in more specific locations than they're shown right now.
So you're saying you can comply with what Mrs. Luttrell is saying?
Yes,
And it's not in conflict
yes,
with what was
That's
approved in
correct.
Concom, contrary to what Mr. Pizzoni said?
no,
I asked the question.
No, he asked me and I told him it's not.
I didn't
Well, I
say
thought
it was.
you were
No,
No, I wasn't assuming that it's wrong.
He was concerned
I'm
about
sorry,
it.
I misunderstood.
He was concerned about it.
Yeah, I had a concern that I didn't want to have to trigger anything.
Yeah, no.
Which it evidently does not.
The intent is that I believe that Melissa believes that she and our folks from Goddard, actually the wetland engineers on this planting plan, are actually gonna work in the field and move them. I say, well, let's get these woody trees, the larger stuff, out where it will end up being anyway. And it'll be the plan. It'll look a lot like the plan and as terms of a rebuild of the plan 2019, plus there'll be additional plants on it. And it'll satisfy, I believe, your, satisfy both boards, and the board and the commission. Yeah. Well, that took longer than, I'm sorry.
Might we consider a condition at some point that would include a statement to the effect that the as-built landscaping, so there'll be an as-built of the landscaping included in the as-built, the final as-built, and that perhaps there's some kind of sign-off related to that plan being reviewed by the town consultant and accepted by the planning board? Maybe a condition like that to ensure that the plantings do end up where they're supposed to be?
I think that is suitable. In our opinion, is that would be suitable for the woody plants and shrubs, the trees and shrubs.
We have to do that for conservation anyhow.
Yeah. The final plans, where those plants finally end up. And it's going to be not just, it will also be so it would be a sort of a joint condition. We already have to do that for the commission, so we can do that for you guys too.
Is there a reason why you're leaving them in the bioretention area now? Was there a purpose for that?
The purpose, it was explained to me, is the purpose was make sure to get the biodensity, figure out what it was, and then move them out to the locations. They thought that was a job to be done in the field, not to be done on the plan right now. But
and if they don't meet the biodensity on what you're proposing, having all the plants in there, how
it does
would you
meet
remedy that?
it does meet the biodensity, and it's for the entire area. It's not just the area that's the lowest area that seems to show where it shows where all the plants are. The bioretention area is that entire oblong amoeba-shaped area, not just the low area. So that has the density for it. All of the plants that are shown on a plan is suitable for that solution.
So anything that's moved is moved within the bio area.
Right.
So if you're going to move something, it's going to be within the bio, what do you call it? The bio retention area.
Those plants are intended to be anywhere between the edge of pavement and the wetlands in that area, not just where they're shown right now.
Thanks.
Thank you, Freddie. And before we move on to the waiver, there was one, we did receive an open space set of recommendations today, late, I guess this afternoon, from Freddie. And notwithstanding the response I made is that we expect everything to be okay and reasonable because of our prior discussions with the Open Space Preservation Commission. There was one condition, I don't know if everyone on the board has that in front of them. It's dated today to the planning board. But item number 6 is the one I'm not quite clear on, and I wanted to make sure that we had a common understanding. It seems that what Freddie is saying here, the commission, the OSP commission is saying, is that they'd expect wherever we do any grass seeding, that it would be only with native ground covers and native lawn alternatives. And I do believe we want to retain our ability to maintain the types of lawns that we have in the areas where we're going to be keeping the lawns. I don't know, Bill, if you would have a chance to see that. Yeah. So I'm concerned with that. We're concerned with that condition that's being suggested. I don't know if we want to talk that out now, Karina, or if you even had a chance to look at it yet. to make a recommendation or response. So-
I haven't had a chance to review the letter completely, the second letter.
So just please take note that we're concerned with item number 6 and what that specifically means. Oh, she here, great, good.
Yeah, I don't, we'll let her speak, but I don't know what you don't get about it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Freddie.
Hi, Freddie.
Hi, everybody. This is Freddie Gillespie, Chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission. And in looking at the plans, it seemed there was some area, this is over, not, we understand your desire for the wide open lawn look that Ken's likes in the front. But when we were looking at the plans over in the back, on the other side of the parking area, around like the bioretention area, on the other side towards the building, there's a lot of area that said will be regraded and 6 inches of loam and seeded, all that area. And that's not in the front of the building, it's in the side, it's not near a, guest entrance area to our opinion. So why
Okay.
can't that be consistent with more recent planning board decisions that there's wonderful lawn alternative options instead of putting in more lawn in a site that has how many acres of lawn or grass, non-native grass?
Yeah, I think in the major areas where on the south side and then the north side along the driveway behind the building, and maybe on the west side of the building, I think that's where I think the owners would be most concerned to have is regular lawn. But I think you're right, in the areas, in the fringe areas, I think that's suitable, Freddie, yes. Yeah.
We're not asking to impact your lawn area, but
Understood.
if we can come up with the fringe areas is what jumped out at me.
Okay, great.
If that could be added to the plan, and if the plant material could be agreed to be, I don't know that you have to decide it right now for your plans. Can it be agreed to be through the town planner to approve it? Like Harvard University just agreed to the little blue stem. Somebody else might agree to some other lower, which the little blue stem, a patch of that is gorgeous. But, that might be too tall of a grass for the area. So maybe a sedge or a prunella is one of our new favorites, or violets. There's many, many options, wild strawberries. We're just putting in a lawn alternative demo area at the library that this summer you can come take a look at. But can I ask what the planning of the timeline for the building is? Once you break ground, how long before you're done?
I would say it's going to be probably an 8-month build out, I would say roughly. 8 to 9, yeah.
That goes to another one of our comments, but I don't want to go through all our things now. I was just talking about the lawn. If we can come to some agreement that some of that fringe, what you're calling fringe area, is what we're talking about.
Well, we have time. We will have time to work that out with you, I would say, making sure we have the right
If
mix.
the planning board agrees.
Well, understood. We can meet with you and the commission again. I know you had some trouble getting some meetings together.
Yeah, there's been some traveling challenges.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All set? Move on to the waivers.
Yes, sir. And if you could, Colleen, bring up the waivers, that's great. I could do it from my computer too.
Before you move on, could I just jump in for 1 second? We had more landscape comments. Were those at another point in this hearing tonight? Or are you moving on from landscaping?
I thought we were done, but this will be the landscaping time.
All right, sorry. We had also made recommendations. Two other key points. One was the shrub in the area in the 20-foot buffer zone adjacent to the wildflower meadow, which is the only area we are weighing in on for the wildflower area.
That area we call it enhanced wetland buffer.
So in that area, we're requesting all invasives be removed before plants are put in. We noted a lot of multiflora rose, maybe
Right.
burning bush,
Right.
bittersweet. There were some other plants there, honeysuckle maybe.
That's right. No objection, Freddie, that we have no objection to that. We have to do that anyway to establish those wetland buffer plantings.
I spoke with the conservation agent and she said that the Conservation Commission may have not specified strongly enough that they expected those invasives to be removed, and that would be certainly consistent with what they'd want. So that if the planning board can make that a part of their conditions, it would be welcomed. And then additionally, the area adjacent to the wildflower meadow, which is based on the recommendations from Dr. Robert Jagier, we were hoping to add some of those shrubs, which we had talked about his list before, aren't his shrubs, and we'd like to substitute some of his. And I also checked with the conservation agent to make sure that was something that could be done. So certainly you could add more, but we're not asking you to do that. But she said if they were of like size and type, that it could be dependent on a simple approval of the conservation agent. It would be a minor substitution. And I'll just list you the types of plants we're looking at, which are willows, swamp rose, high bush blueberry, button bush. There's multiple willows that could go in there.
I believe those are all, and maybe with the exception of blueberry, I think they're all on that list.
For some reason, maybe I was looking at the wrong, I had trouble
Yeah.
finding what the most updated list was. So as long as we can agree to that and come to that consideration later, if that's all right with the planning board and Karina, be like with your approval and consultation with us, meeting with the project proponent to be approved by Concom in the wetland.
All right, I'll send you the latest plan that we have in front of the planning board now.
Okay, and the final thing was we had requested a bond. And I don't know if that's something you talk about later through the chair, or is that something for now?
That's for now, as far as I'm concerned.
So the position of the Open Space Commission is, given the timeline to establish one of these meadows, which is 2 to 3 years, which goes well beyond your 8-month construction, you'll be looking for and I'm not sure how all the other things you talked about, but you'll be looking for occupancy permits and everything else, and the project will be done, and we'll have no way of assuring that the meadow has been properly established. And that's why we believe, based on the fact that the prior meadow was required because the permit before that had inadequately been complied with. So that's where the meadow came in. Meadow was for modification after Ken's had done something from the prior permit before that. So then we have this meadow that now we're having an addition put in, and there's no meadow there. So we feel that it's reasonable to ask for a bond that can, I don't know if the town would come in and establish the meadow if it doesn't get put in, or how. I'm really not that familiar with a bond, but it doesn't seem extravagant. It just seems reasonable. So that's the point. Oh, and I just happen to have an estimate. I happen to have an estimate for 34,000 square feet wet meadow.
So,
Right, it's $11,400.
$400.
So let's hear you say that's okay. Work it out with the town planner.
I would suggest that we don't have to do a Concom. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Anything else, Freddie?
No, thank you very much. And it's been, I look forward to working with Ken's at a future open space meeting to iron out the final details. Thank you.
Don, will that be a bond in the form of a cashier's check for an escrow account
You
to
decide.
be established?
You work it
We
out,
worked out with that.
yeah, you work it out with Mr. Pizzoni. That's
Okay,
for this. That's for this. It's not necessarily setting a precedent for the follow-on discussion relative to the noise. This is something everyone's in agreement to, and there's a couple of different ways of doing it. The simplest and easiest way for the town to use the bond is the way to go. And the best way to go is to have Ken's do it right, and they get all their money back.
Yep.
On to the waivers.
Thank you. All right, so the first waiver on the list is one that deals with the parking. And this comes up on the list simply because we have, there's 81 parking spaces that were approved for the existing warehouse. And as I think everybody understands that there's no expectation at all for any increase of personnel at the site. And so there's no need for expansion of parking or additional parking spaces. This got a little complicated when I believe one of the consultants, I believe it was Fussin O'Neill, noted that there were 9 other spaces on the site. And I think they misunderstood that those spaces are actually the block warming spaces for the cabs, for the trailers. But we could see a situation where they might be perceived as regular parking spaces and people use them. So we have no objection to having this changed to 90 spaces from the 81. But we do need a renewal on this off-street parking number that that the 81 or the 90 are sufficient for the use under section 174-12E10. So.
If something changes in Ken's future such that the required number of spaces based on the square footage of the building need to be built, do you have the space to do that?
We do have opportunities for doing that within the truck yard area itself. There's some areas that that are available there on the edges. For instance, that cab block area is one. And there are some opportunities for some additional striping in the northeast section that we also have also. So
We have other facilities in town. Coming to mind is the Walgreens at the Favorite Heights, where the required number of spaces were not built. They were, but the space, the grassed area nearest Oak Hill Road and the actual traffic lights, if you go there, you'll see there's grass there.
Yeah.
That space is available if new spaces have to be added. So once it's determined that you have the space for them, but you don't really need to build them, then don't build them.
right, so they're reserved spaces essentially.
And you get green space instead of pavement that nobody parks in. Is the board got any questions on this? So I think the way we usually do this is unless somebody objects to this, then we'll move on to the next one, and then we'll maybe take a vote on all of the waivers at the end. Entertain a motion for that. So it looks like you're good to go on this one. Let's go to the next
I
one.
think it makes sense. Thank you. The next waiver has to do with the topography. This is one that the board, I believe, fairly regularly would approve and approved it last time on this project, was to allow us to work with the topography plan of 2-foot contours instead of 1-foot contours.
Any objections to this waiver? Good to go.
Thank you. The next waiver is from regulation 3.6.7. That's to provide, and thank you, Colleen or Karina, who's ever scrolling through these for us. to provide groundwater contours. And groundwater out there, of course, we all know is shallow. This on this site, this doesn't provide us with information that impacts the design or decision. We already know we're against the groundwater on this site, so it's shallow throughout the site. So we asked for a waiver on this, like we did last time.
I think that your numerous iterations of stormwater calculations and
I'm at a
scenarios
planning board meeting for Kent's School.
has
Just got,
provided more information than we would normally get relative to this requirement.
Right, and we did get a chance to put our eyeballs on the groundwater in December, which was great.
Now, if the situation was a little bit different, this may be a site where actually this would be very important.
I agree.
And because we all know it's high groundwater here, and so it's important to know where that is.
Yeah.
But based on what you studied over multiple iterations here, we know where it is.
Yeah.
And we know what it does.
Yeah, and we know how the underground systems are working. Thank you.
Anyone object to this one? Let's go to the next one.
Thank you. And the next one might be related to that also. The water balance calculations in the same territory as the groundwater. This site, we know the flows very well, what's going through this site, and how it contributes to the brook and how it runs through. And have done, as the chairman has pointed out, a number of iterations on that. We don't believe that this is a site that's critical to the water balancing for the region. So,
Anyone? Mr. Stein.
So it's a pretty big, decent sized commercial facility.
it is.
The conditions environmentally change from year to year. Looks like one.
I don't necessarily think that they've changed that much actually out there. What has changed out there, Mr. Stein, is we had eliminated some beaver dams, lowered things, really helped out the facility a lot, the drainage system, our underground system, and also actually helped out properties on the other side of Route 9 also, and down Route 9. All the commercial properties were suffering from a rise in the 2 foot of, so that's really the change that's been made in the several years I've been familiar with the site. Other than that, really little has changed.
So 3.11, if I'm reading it correctly, is for an annual, basically summary report analysis of the discharge runoff, including the septic for the facility. So that's kind of a significant waiver of our environmental protection. But I'm open to hearing what you have to say about it.
Yeah, the interesting, the septic system is up, as you're probably familiar with, it's up on high on that mound on the north side of the site, between the site, the commercial, it's in the residential zone property actually, to the north of the site. And it's really, it's down gradient of the majority of the site, which is lower, which is influenced by this groundwater, this high groundwater. The production, should I say, in terms of sewage flow is rather small for this site, even though it's a large facility. So really, it's the big influence on the site is stormwater, not really wastewater. Wastewater has a very small amount of contribution in terms of gallons, in terms of and into the site and into the systems. So I don't know.
Well, do you have a plan B in case we don't give you the waiver?
Well, plan B would be to do the calculation, but is to go through the process and provide those on, I guess it sounds like on an annual basis, So I don't remember that in particular in the regulations is something that was looked at as an annual basis. What was sort of to take a, I thought it was a snapshot really of current conditions. And I think, I mean, that would be the fallback is to do the calculation.
Thanks.
I don't think there's going to gather much from it. There's a
If I
big
could,
back.
Mr. Chair, as was the last time that there was an issue there with the water backing up, and it was impacting Ken's more than anybody else down the way. It's in their best interest to make sure that things continue to flow there and there is no backup.
So why ask for the waiver then?
Well, we were asking for the waiver because we're providing it. We provided the report once, and he doesn't want to have to do it again this time.
On an annual basis, as per the regulation.
Yeah, I don't know if it's annual.
That's what it
think-
says.
Because it says in there,
I'm not hearing. So, just me.
It is an annual basis, just so you know. It says a yearly budget.
and then, thank you. And then waiver 3.12 is a hydrogeologic assessment. And we believe this is really sort of the same, really primarily the same issue as the groundwater contouring and what maybe describe what's happening on the site, but it's pretty clear what's happening on the site. Groundwater is moving from west to east along with the stream and then down that steep brook, following that steep brook headed down towards the wetlands by the schools and over to the reservoir. So this site's right on the premises, so to speak, before it falls off that steep slope down behind what used to be the dairy farm where their homes now on Deerfoot. So we're asking for a waiver of that for the same reason for the groundwater contouring is that it wouldn't shed a lot of any information that we don't all know from basic analysis of the site, the test pits that we have, and what we see happening on the ground and under the ground.
I tend to feel the same way with 311 and 312 in that it's expensive, it's a lot of work, and the value of it would be minimal, especially based on the amount of information we have on the groundwater. So would the board consider holding off on granting 311 and 312 waivers? And Karina, do you think there's any benefit to huddling with conservation to see, get their opinion, Melissa's opinion relative to the value of 311 and 312?
Yes, there's always great value in corresponding and huddling with conservation agent. It can only help clarify what the right thing.
We have requested these similar waivers with the Conservation Commission already.
Well, I think the planning board would be more comfortable granting the waivers if they, we're close to the science, but Concom in this site and in this regard is a lot closer to it. And having their opinion would be valuable to the board and give comfort to whichever way the board decides to go.
We would point out, Mr. Chair, that conservation did approve it and grant those two waivers.
Not that we don't believe you, but we'll still have the town planner huddle with
With
conservation agent and have some technical opinion or guidance for the next planning board meeting.
Bill,
What
were
else?
those approved at the last conservation meeting?
Yeah, we have the order.
Yeah, we had the whole order.
Yeah, I don't have it with me. Yes, well, the hearing was closed with the waivers.
With those waivers. And she filed it with the clerk already too.
Without the info in front of me, we're looking at 311 and 312.
Understood.
Is that the same? That's not the same as what conservation waived. Not those same.
They don't
Section
waive
10.
lid regulations.
No,
So
they're not the
conservation
lid.
would have to have a similar,
They're the, within the stormwater management.
Right. It's similar.
Permit,
but
it's
not
just similar,
the
it's
same.
not called exactly the same, but
Okay,
yeah,
so it's worth huddling with them.
not the exact same.
What's next?
I believe that's it, Mr. Chairman.
So does everybody have their homework assignments, as far as, we made some agreements, with the landscaping, as far as, becoming, conditions, with the materials, with the bond, who's gonna do what, when. I'll go one more time through the board, and then we'll open it up to the public. And then, if there's nothing else, if everybody's set with the way forward, then we continue the hearing. Mr. Mills, any questions, anything to add, comments?
Well, I just want to make sure I'm clear that the conditions from the 2019 plan, have they all been met? Like the pipe that supposedly went over a gas line?
It's a good idea to go over that.
Is that all?
The repair work has been reviewed, dare I say, okay, by Fuss and O'Neill. They don't have indicated any exceptions. Yeah, there's a couple of pipe repairs that need to be made, and of course, new outlet controls, one for each of the underground systems. So instead of there being one, there's two. That's all, that design's all done and been reviewed, yes.
so just to be clear, Andrew, those have not been constructed. Those repairs are in design only. They are not
Yeah.
actually fixed yet.
And we will get them, and we're gonna build them first before we move ahead with any other drainage system. We're gonna get them as built and such. That's part of the conditions.
Yeah, they were approved with the condition that that work be done before we start on the next phase.
Thank you.
With an as built.
As an engineer, I believe that Fuss and O'Neill was worn down by these discoveries and problems. And they were biting their engineering tongue by saying, okay, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and implement these recommendations. So it's not the greatest engineering practice in the world, but I'm with the way this is going in that we have professional engineers looking at this. Theoretically, it should work, and once it's built, we'll be able to see if it does work. Doesn't work, back to another attempt. Does that help
It's
you?
also my intention that one of the conditions or several of the conditions will apply to the process of construction phasing to ensure that the prior permits are met and proven that they, the site plan is built to meet those criteria before they continue. And then also that the proponent be required to provide escrow fees for, or retainer fees for inspections by our town consultant during construction, to ensure that items are completed as shown on the plan. And then final as-built will be very specifically outlined to include all site plan features to provide a final as-built of everything.
Understood without objection. Yeah.
Mr. Stein.
I mean, there's a lot here with the waivers and the landscaping and open space issues, but everything that's been covered makes sense so far. So that's it for me.
Slowly getting it into a package that everyone can agree upon and understand. This is the truth.
So everything but noise, and that will be discussed later.
We can discuss that after we get through this, the engineering part of it.
Okay. So far, so good.
Okay, so if that's the case, then,
Thank you.
yeah, let's go on to the noise before we continue the hearing. With the understanding that, Karina, why don't you update us on the latest with the noise? I think you did mention the message we got today relative to.
Sure. Let me just give you a quick synopsis. Hold on a second. So we received an email from Heather Elkier, who's Board of Health Director, and she reviewed Attorney Pizzoni's memo from May 4th with a summary of the history of the site plan approvals. And she indicated that the documents seem generally sound. The abutters complaints from Flag Road all note the onset of the noise disturbance in late 2019, but following comment seems not an accurate description. So there was a statement in your letter, Bill, of concern by the abutters is reported as being intermittent, not at any particular time of day, and is only substantively heard when the foliage is down between December through May. From what she had heard from abutters, noise is loudest December through May, but still some in the rest of the year. Noise disturbance is heard intermittently, but I might say something like the intensity of noise varies, but tends to be heard louder in the evening and overnight, as well as on Sundays. So that's a specific thing from the director from working with you, which we forwarded to you. So you would have you can refer to that email as to what she meant by that. And then more generally, we received an email from Board of Health Chair Chelsea Malinowski. Very quickly, it summarizes everything nicely. And she apologizes for not being able to attend this evening. She had a conflict. She says the Board of Health, along with the health director, completed an information site visit on April 14th at Ken's on Route 9 to observe operations. The board then deliberated on April 25th, which was recorded and available on the town's YouTube site. The board's next steps are to hold a meeting for an abutter and their sound engineer to present their findings, and a separate meeting with Ken's sound engineer to discuss remediation options. Those meetings are tentatively scheduled for May 24th and May 31st at 9:30 a.m. We invite any planning board members, as well as anyone from the public, to attend or reach out with any comments or questions. The board is looking forward to finding a resolution and appreciate the collaborative effort from the abutters and Ken's. My intention is to update the planning board as this continues to make progress. Again, that's from Board of Health Chair Chelsea Malinowski in an email today.
Mr. Chair, if I may. The reiteration of what I said in my letter about the sound being intermittent mostly and heard in the winter was based on prior emails, presentation by abutters, including Mr. Mara at ZBA and at this board. If you look back at emails and memos that have been sent to you, I was reiterating what they had said, that they hear it. They don't hear it all the time. It's worse in the winter. And in fact, when I checked the logs to see when any complaints were raised, none of them were after May or into December. They were all in December and January and February. So that led me to believe that that was the only time they were hearing it in a loud effort. That being said, as I said in my memo, there's a lot of history with this site. Ken's has always stepped to the plate to do it as right. They built a sound wall in the back while they could operate for a year or so, just to make sure that the abutters weren't hearing anything. Although they don't believe they're violating any regulatory state, federal, or municipal noise bylaw at this time, they're willing to work with the Board of Health, which we've met with them. We are meeting with them. I did ask the Board of Health, since Mr. Marius said she's going to come with her expert and they're going to present their report. We've never seen a report that contradicts what we say from an expert. There's been no expert testimony before this board or submittal before this board that's expert that says we violate any regulatory standards. Granted, there's noise, but we may not be exceeding that. Ken's is willing to continue to work with that. And in fact, we're of the opinion that it isn't loading dock noise. It's the refrigeration units that have to be running in order to pre-cool before they're loaded and after they're loaded, sitting in the lot when it reaches a certain number. And that just may occur two or three times a week. I don't know. I don't live there. I don't, all I was doing was reiterating what other abutters had said to us, comments that have been made on the record, and actually meetings with the Board of Health on site. I'd suggest that I provided a proposed condition that Ken's is willing to work with and have it incorporated into the decision. Where, although I'm not sure legally you can do it, but we won't even argue that point. We're willing to go along with it, put something in it, as long as it's consistent with what I submitted. I don't believe there's a need for a bond. Ken's stepped to the table before on that. They've got a wall out back that, you know, they're hoping that they can reuse it actually and repurpose it on the other side if that's what's necessary. But our expert is willing to work with Mr. Murray's expert, look at what the issues are. To date, they've never reached out to us with their expert other than once to meet on site when we ran the first test. Ken wants to just work with the neighborhood and try to get it done. But we do not believe that we're violating any noise issues.
So why don't I open it up to the board? On the noise issue, Mr. Mills, any questions or comments?
So I guess like still working with the neighbors and the health department and everything, how much longer do you see before the resolution is?
Well, if I could, Mr. Mills, I've been waiting since the fall to see a report from her expert so that we can collaborate and work on it, and have seen nothing to date. Neither has the Board of Health, neither has this board. So it's kind of hard to work in a vacuum, but we are committed to meet with the Board of Health, work with them. We're going to bring our expert. Our expert's already kind of looked at it to say if this is what the issue is, he's working on the potential remedy. We don't want to build something and not have it work.
Understood.
You know, and Ken's is willing to do what they need to do to reasonably bring all noise down to where it should be and not be offensive. We're not sure. Again, we had one abutter who responded to an email, a flyer that was put in their mailbox about the sound, and he sits on the zoning board, and he said he doesn't hear Ken's. He lives up on Oak Street, just a couple of doors down from Deb and her husband. And he says, I hear Route 9 and 495, I don't hear Ken's. So if it's our issue, we're gonna get on top of it, and we're gonna work on it. And we've made that commitment in my proposal. I anticipate if the experts can get together and meet and talk with Board of Health, we may be able to figure out a resolution over the next several months. But then if a resolution requires, let's say, a wall, and the wall's not, even if it's on the property line or at the edge of the parking lot, we have to come back to you guys to look at that. And we also have to design it to make sure it doesn't impact with any of the stuff that's been approved before.
Right.
And everything that's in the ground.
Yep.
And make sure that that can be put in. So that's probably another month of design purposes. I think I put in my proposal that we'd be back before you guys and have something submitted by September 1st so that we can get it approved if we need to get it approved with a minor modification from you guys so that we can get it built before the winter. Okay. That's our plan. But without cooperation, we can't meet that plan.
I'll reserve my questions till after the public speaks.
Mr. Stein, Mr. Stein?
So the Board of Health Chair is indicating you have meetings scheduled for May 24th and May 31st with the abutters and the sound engineer. Right,
You want me to clarify that?
please?
There's a meeting on the 24th with Mr. Murray and her expert in the Board of Health. Unfortunately, we had a conflict and they had already scheduled us for the 31st of May. And Mr. Mary couldn't make it because she was going to be away. So they accelerated her meeting until the 24th. Our meeting will come in. Hopefully we'll have the benefit of her sound experts' testimony and submission to the Board of Health so we can review it before we come in on the 31st. And then sit and talk logically with the Board of Health as to what needs to be resolved and done.
Let me read that back.
Sure.
You're meeting with the butters and their sound engineer on May 24th.
No. Ms. Demiria and her expert are meeting with the Board of Health on the 24th.
Got it. You will not be present.
Right, that's because it had originally been scheduled for the 31st to coordinate our expert, me, and I'm going in for some surgeries this month. So I wasn't available on the 24th. And Mr. Bourne, we were all available and we had hoped that they could make it. They couldn't. We would have bumped it so we could all be there the same day, but she was only available on the 24th.
So therefore, your intent is to get the feedback from the Board of Health after that.
And show up on the 31st for a meeting with the Board of Health and our expert to go over everything.
Gotcha. So is it even possible that we would have this all resolved before this board votes on this agenda item, in your opinion?
No, because you won't have a plan that's able to be incorporated into something until September.
So what is your expectation of this board relative to this aspect of the hearing?
Well, the sound issue that is at hand has to do with the Board of Health. It's not even within your jurisdiction. The only reason it's being talked about is because you guys believe that we're supposed to build the canopies off the side of the building. Again, we disagree there. You know my position on that and where we are. And we are trying to find a resolution to make it work.
So can I clarify?
Sure.
In my opinion, this board just always hears out abutters
Oh, yeah,
on all concerns that abutters raise.
right.
And gives credence, and we seek to have resolutions that are satisfactory to all parties.
Right.
When abutters have concerns.
Thames is one of those parties, by the way.
Of course.
Yeah.
So again, I'm just trying to get a sense of what you see as a possible outcome here relative to this aspect in our,
An approval with conditions.
and what exactly are you thinking there for the conditions?
I submitted a condition on my memo. It's at the very end of it.
I'm sorry. I missed that. I'll review that and pass.
Mrs. Latrell.
Couple of things, just to set the record straight. In your memo, you refer to the 2019 modification.
Yes.
Well, that was necessitated because you changed the requirements of the 2017 major site plan and lower impact development approvals. You were required to file for a modification, but the changes were already made prior. Just so that set the record straight, because you didn't decide to seek a modification because you already did it.
Well,
That was a removal of pavement
there was a removal of pavement in the back of the
and
property.
also
We were making more green space and getting rid of it.
Well, just.
Okay, the
misrepresented
timing
in the
went
memo, that's all.
we came in after.
Okay. And then talk about moving the 2014, the wall that is a condition of a special permit from 2014.
Yes,
So there aren't complaints from those neighbors. And I don't know if it's because the wall was there. And I would be very hesitant to remove something that's working. And it's a condition of a previous approval that
it was,
puts you
found-
out of compliance.
it was found by the same ZBA in a hearing after that wall wasn't doing anything any longer. There was no truck traffic back there anymore. There was just automobiles going to the back. You can't drive trucks back there because of under the prior decisions that we've received from the ZBA. So there's no truck activity. That wall sits there and does nothing now, because all you do is hear a cargo violence.
Maybe, we don't know. I don't, the ZBA, with all due respect, can't mention.
Yeah.
And also, it's unknown whether the noise violates any bylaws, because the noise study was not done to DEP standards.
Actually, the noise study was done at the request and requirements promulgated by the abutters and the experts on how it should be run. There's been nothing that shows that we violate any noise standards.
Right, because it
Right.
wasn't done.
Well, no, even that
There's no
report,
ambient set, so how do you?
even that report, even that report said that we weren't in violation.
Then on to the crux of this. The way I see this, the Board of Health, public safety, noise is completely different from zoning. We have a zoning requirement that requires enclosed space, not covered space. So whether the Board of Health is having meetings or whatever, that doesn't absolve you from the zoning requirements for enclosed space.
I've put forward my argument on that several times already, that you guys approved a plan that didn't require that. Two plans now, 2017 and 2019, that didn't have them on them, and just because the waiver wasn't granted, you approved the plan. So this is a disagreement between you and I understand that. It's a de facto approval, and fine. If you want to, I guess I can say this. If you think that you're going to sit here and say, no, we're going to deny you have to build those overhangs, we're going to end up in court. We're not trying to
overhangs and closed.
enclose spaces, or however you want to interpret it. If that's what you want to do, then that's where we're going to end up. But it isn't going to resolve the noise issue for the neighbors. We're trying to resolve the noise issue for the neighbors here. And to require Ken's to build something that isn't, because the testimony even of your neighbors, your Board of Health, everybody that's been out there is it's not normal noise that you hear at the loading docks. So you're gonna build something that isn't even gonna cure the issue. So why spend the money doing that? Let's spend the money and do it right. And that's what Ken's is trying to do here.
Would you build a cold tunnel instead?
A what?
A cold tunnel?
What's a cold tunnel?
So you don't have to run the refrigerated units. You park them inside a cold tunnel.
That would probably take more design. You get the circulation and everything there already in place the way it goes. I don't know how you would set up, because I don't even know what it is, a cold tunnel is, to be honest with you. And I don't know if it's a long compartment, is it a barn, or what is it? And I don't know how that's going to affect the circulation for Ken's. And is that going to resolve the issue? Because it's going to be sometimes that those trucks with the refrigeration aren't in that tunnel and that they're on site. And the problem is when there's a large number of them there and they're all running together, it's a cumulative effect. And if we can find a way to do something that will resolve that for the benefit of the abutters and the benefit of Ken's, Ken's is willing to do it, and they've been trying to do it, but they're expert.
So the cold tunnel would solve the problem with noise. It would also solve the problem of pollution. So all those diesel engines are running for hours on hours and dozens of trucks. There's tons of pollutants spewing into the air also.
I don't know about that. There aren't that many there. Most is probably 30 at a time.
That's a lot.
They're not all running them 30 at a time.
How
Some of
many are
them,
running
some
at
of
a
them
time?
don't have refrigeration, some of them do.
How many are running at a time?
I don't know. I mean, I don't run the logistics there.
And how long do they run for?
They run under federal regulation. They have to chill the units and get them chilled, then they load up, and then they're sitting there before they leave.
And that's how long?
I wouldn't know. How long are they on site? 3 hours. 3 hours.
Do you have 30 trucks running for 3 hours?
No. There's 10 bays to load, and there's usually 10 stacked out in front.
Can I just interject? Bill, Bill, recently you did some testing out there, not really testing, I should say, but you did some observations. I think the Board of Health was there with you to look at the refrigeration units and incrementally turning them off to see, or turning them on to see what threshold the abutters then noticed a noise. Is that correct?
Work with Jim, and the Board of Health wasn't present during that. It was just Jim and the abutter, because he was available, the abutter was available that evening, and they
Okay.
would run a sequence of 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 to see what the level of the noise was, or even if they heard it. And I'm not sure what the, the threshold was. I think, what is it, like about 12 or 15, they started to hear it.
I think
then
you
at
mentioned
20
that when we spoke, yeah, that you
Yeah,
said somewhere
then
in the like
at
12 to
20
15.
Then at 20, I think they could hear it real well. And that's when we realized, well, this is something that we need to take care of, because it's not the trucks at the bays. It's in the parking lot. And what
So-
do? We need to create sound absorption between the abutters and those trucks. And
So when you
further
were,
away, the further away from the trucks they are, the worse it's not as effective, because sound travels up. So you
Right.
gotta move that wall closer.
How does the wall reduce the pollution from the diesel?
It doesn't, but they don't violate any laws right now or regulations. If they did, they'd be on governors. And I know Deb put forward the proposal by one of the senators. That's in Congress right now. It's being looked at. It's sent out to the Federal Transportation Commission. That's probably not going to be addressed until next year. It won't
So
get.
you can be ahead of the game. So my issue is that this does not comply with zoning with the enclosed space. And when you were here in 2017, the frequent night operations was never mentioned.
It was running 24/7 since 2014. That operation's been running 24 hours a
But
day,
it's-
7
but
days a
it's
week,
increased.
since they got their approvals in 2014.
That's all I have.
Mrs. Hulu.
I'm gonna reserve my.
Mr. Morris.
Back to Mr. Stein.
Thank you. So regarding the proposed condition, and my apologies for missing that.
No problem.
And during this is the trails questions, I reviewed it very carefully a few times, and I just had a question. Would you be open to inserting where it says Ken's under the heading no low frequency noise mitigation? Letter I, Ken's commits to continue to work with the Board of Health, and insert the language and abutters to the site to address the low frequency noise. Is that language you might be?
I think that was my
Available to-
intent.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we tends to, we need a lead person. We need a board that's gonna take this by the horns, okay? And we're gonna bring our experts, and we're gonna bring Ken's. We are hopeful that the abutters are there, and that it's any abutter that's affected, not just one, but several. Because, I was in Deb's email this afternoon, she mentioned 20. I've only seen police reports and comments from a handful. So I don't know where these 20 are, but we're open. And as Chelsea Malinowski's email to you pleads with people to come. So come. That's the only way we're gonna work it out and get it done right.
And for the bond, which I do feel that would be appropriate. I certainly understand why you wouldn't want to do it, but I think we should. Do you, I mean, what, I guess I would actually pose this question to you, Mr. Chairman, is now the appropriate time to discuss that, or is that tabled for later?
It should be discussed now, I think, relative to the willingness to post a bond. And then maybe as we get closer, the amount of the bond and the type of the bond. I think you indicated it was a
I
tripartite.
indicated in my email, if you were inclined to go that way, I would hope that it would be in the form of some sort of tri-party agreement. I mean, Ken's is gonna have to outlay a lot of money to build this thing. If he has a lot of money sitting in this pile with you guys, and he's spending a lot of money over here, that's not fair to them. You know,
That's where town council would help us. We've done
Yeah.
those.
Yeah.
We've done those. There's a comfort level with the different types. I mean, the cash bond, there's no comfort, there's a maximum comfort level. We have US, American dollars in a bank. Ken's disappears, there's the money, right? And then there's other layers below that, types of bonds that we could get, including the ones that we got in the 80s, when the banks folded, they weren't worth the paper they were written on. So we haven't gone that way in a long time. But we have done a tri-party, not that long. I forget what.
yeah, and it would be, it's one of these things where the funds are basically reserved at the bank. You know, Ken's, let's say they have an account, you know, just gotta make sure it doesn't go below that. That type of thing.
Well, there's also language in there that says who can access it.
Right, yeah. And we would expect that, you know, the Board of Health could say, okay, release X of it because we put the wall up, you know, or, you know, release Y because they had to pay for the wall. You know, that type of thing.
We've seen them where they've, in the fine print, it says that the bank and the proponent have access to the money.
Right.
Doesn't say anything about the town, so it's useless.
But you have your approval.
No, we never went with this.
Pardon me?
We read the fine print and said no.
Well, I didn't write that one. And
John,
I don't know who town council was at the time.
I'm just curious, between, like, in the past, I've heard that Freddie's barbecue sauce is coming out of that facility and things like that. You know, I look at I infrequently go to the grocery store. The Ken's products that I see are all just left out on the shelf. So I'm curious what products have to go in a cooled
Okay.
truck.
I mean, I can let Jim speak to that, but my understanding of it is it's all the products that go to restaurants that have to be refrigerated. So it's about
And there's a greater demand for
20%.
organics now.
20% of the facility, 20% of the
We
facility.
also run refrigeration units in the wintertime to protect, even the dry product.
Yeah,
Okay. Just curious.
no, it's not just Sweet Baby. There's
No,
everything.
I know.
There's
We have
everything.
like a lot, tons of salad dressings. I love the Italian and the ranch and
Yeah.
everything else, but
But there's-
I always see it out on the shelves, not refrigerator or anything.
But there's a whole institutional side of it, Ken's as well, where they service all these restaurants and other facilities.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Stein? you all set?
Thank you.
Before I go to the neighbors, Bill, earlier you said that the neighbors have not produced a report relative to the sound.
Right.
But neither have you. Neither has Ken's.
We produced the report in the beginning when we addressed it the way that they requested us to. And the conclusion was that we didn't violate any DEP standards, but nobody came up with a resolution. This is a way to come up with a
Nobody
resolution.
has used science, as far as I can tell, to determine the source of sound energy.
It was determined before in our experts' analysis that the sound could have been refrigeration, but now we're honed in on it because when Jim ran the test with the abutters, that's what we realized what was going on. It was a low frequency noise.
Well, it seems like both sides have to have some work to do.
Yeah.
Have their sound engineers do the science. And as most engineers do, is work it out so that there's a mutual understanding of the science, so that it's either conclusive or mostly conclusive. Sounds a tricky thing, I don't know that.
Yeah, no, we're hoping that we can come to a consensus as to what we reasonably believe is the issue and work on it and find a resolution that we reasonably think both experts and the Board of Health is going to address this issue.
So why don't I open it up? Deb, did you want to go first? You can
No,
speak.
can I just have a point of clarification?
Go ahead, Karina.
The tripartite agreement that you were discussing previously, is that relative to the noise issue or the loading
Yeah.
days?
Well, they're connected. It's the same issue.
Okay. I understand. Thank you. Also, just want to note that Heather Alkier also has had her hand raised for a while, just so you know.
Well, let's go to Heather, town official. Go ahead, Heather.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good evening. I was listening and I just agree with a lot that's been said. Like I said, I worked with Chelsea Malinowski and we sent that email today. We were pleased that we'll be working with Ken's and working to resolve the issue. I would agree with Ms. Luttrell on her interpretation of the design of the prior sound study. I would also agree with your comment, Mr. Morris, about the reports not being ready. I don't think there's been any non-cooperation. I think that the pace of getting a privately engaged sound engineer and getting reports done is that pace. So I think that's just done now. So time-wise, we're trying to work as quickly now that that report is being completed, and we've been trying between the Board of Health and abutters and their experts and Ken's and their experts to find one meeting date and have been unable to, is basically where we're at. And so that's why we have a meeting May 24th and May 31st. And we told all parties that if possible, or if it leads to that, perhaps at the end of June, we could get everyone all together at one meeting. But my understanding is potentially the abutters sound experts could come both May 24th and 31st. Anyways, we obviously would prefer one meeting for everybody, but just logistically that hasn't worked out. So we're trying to do it as soon as possible. Hear from folks now that the report is ready.
Thank you. Any questions on that? Comments? Go ahead, Deb.
Kevin Farrington.
Go ahead, Kevin. Good evening.
Yeah, so it's nice to see that there might finally be some motion on this. That sounds study that you mentioned that doesn't meet the UD standards and doesn't really prove whether or not anything to exceeding any limit was done 2 years ago. We've been looking at this every week, every weekend, every night since then, and for 6 or 9 months before that. That's 10 houses either side of it. We spend tens of thousands of dollars on our own sound engineer. Spent additional legal fees for that. It's looking for relief. So another 6 to 9 months doesn't really sound too good. I know the planning board is limited in what it can do about noise, and that's why we've been keeping this focused on zoning. We have a zoning department, and the planning board is supposed to adhere, make sure that it's conform to zoning. And there's 2 ways to make this one conform to zoning: close the spaces or limit nighttime operations. That's what we have. Thank you.
Debbie Demure at 58 Flag Road. I think we really need to make this less about me. I see that that's been a topic for a number of years. This has been going on for a number of years, and luckily we've had multiple hearings. There's been police reports. There's been discussions with public health director. There's been notes, letters to this board and others. And I just would like to read you the addresses that of people who I've been keeping track since The zoning board of appeals took up this matter in May 2021, I think. So this is over the last year. The number of complaints that have come out, these are not the neighbors on the east side. These are ever since the 2019 reconfiguration to the northwest side. We have neighbors at 73 Flag Road, 64 Flag Road, 66B Flag Road, 60 Flag Road, 58 Flag Road, 56 Flag Road, 54 Flag Road, 50 Flag Road, 48 Flag Road, 46 Flag Road, 28 Flag Road, 24 Flag Road, 76 Deerfoot, 77 Deerfoot, 79 Deerfoot, 12 Orchard, 14 Orchard, 19 Orchard, 27 Parkerville, 134 Deerfoot across the street, and 122 Deerfoot across the street. So this is a really serious matter, and I know that noise shouldn't be really before this board, but in essence, that, you know, when Ken's did receive the 24/7 operations from the zoning board in 2014, there was a significant section that was put into place as a condition for them to police themselves. And what has happened is it's been pushed to the neighbors to police Ken's. So really not much has been done. In fact, there were some cover bays, as Mr. Pizzoni will tell you, that were moved, you know, closed out or whatever. And when they were moved to the western side, they weren't even closed. So now all the bays really are open. It's impossible to tell where the noise is coming from because the study that was proposed by Mr. Pizzoni to the neighbor at 24 Flag, who has since left, was not in compliance with Mass DEP. But what we agreed is that we would look at the data and use the data and try to sort it out. What it did show is significant nighttime operations. And I don't think anybody knew that. It showed 46% based on the truck in, truck out data that they provided. You know, there we have it. We do know that every decision by this planning board, and in fact all boards in town, state that the proponent must be in compliance with all, you know, previous conditions. There is a zoning code in town, and you have to ask yourself, why is there a zoning requirement for enclosed bays? You had a proponent come to you, Harvard University, and they were proud to announce that their bays were enclosed. And no griping, no complaining, and no telling you how expensive it was. It was in their opening statement. And so we do have precedent of a you know, project. It's a smaller project, of course, but they enclosed their bays. If the bays were enclosed at Ken's, we wouldn't have to know whether it was because truck idling or, you know, at loading at the bay, or whether these were, you know, compressor trucks or whatever that were running. So I have to think that the people that, you know, in town who passed that bylaw for bay enclosures were really trying to prevent a racket from happening overnight. And we have a racket, and it's happening every single night. And so just because we're not calling the police every night, we respect our police. Frankly, we want them out doing other things. But we're not going to call them every night. So what we're doing is going board by board. And as you know, I've been to your board, I've been to the Board of Health, I've been to the zoning board, and of course it will escalate after that. So what we're asking for is very simple, that bylaw, which is under your, you know, planning board's right, is to take a look at whether Ken's is really complying with that. They have neither enclosed bays or are controlling their nighttime operations. So in our opinion, that's not working with the neighbors. That's not even a good neighbor. So something has to give. And what we're requesting is, if they're not willing to enclose their bays, which we think is there to prevent nighttime noise, that they're not allowed to use their operations overnight. Night is defined legally, however the board wants to define it, whether it's defined by the current noise bylaw that was passed, dawn to dusk, or Merriam-Webster, dusk to dawn, or Merriam-Webster, however you want to describe it. But we would ask that if you decide to approve this application, that you would prevent them from any more operations at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the public? If it's not something we've already covered, Bill, we've been on this almost 2 hours. I want
I understand.
to, let me just see if anyone from the public, anyone else? Go ahead.
I was going to ask if Deb has that list, and if it's signed by all those abutters, I'd like to get a copy, because we haven't heard from any of them. Ken's actually gave their phone number to all those abutters to let them know when there were issues, so that Jim could react to it and find out where the noise was coming from. And we didn't really hear from too many. We only heard from 2 or 3 that were cooperative. So, you know, a lot of this seems to be everybody's complaining, but nobody's here and nobody's participating to help. We're hoping that those people will show up at the Board of Health and help us, you know, address this and look at it. Relative to enclosing the bays, you know, that's a non-starter the way the thing is set up at this point, and we know that. You guys approved it without those bays on there twice now, in 17 and 19. And, you know, had Ken's known they were going to have to do it back then, they probably would have reassessed whether or not they would have spent that money and brought all this industry to the town. So I think to go back and try to say we can't operate 24/7 when we have a zoning permit that authorizes that, you're going to be going too far afray. And I think to require us to have to build loading docks when they're not going to even address the issue at hand, because those refrigeration units are on site under federal law to take their stuff out of there. It's going the wrong way. It's going in the wrong direction. I would suggest that a condition similar to what I suggested is appropriate, and I'll leave it at that. I know you've got to move on, Don.
Thank you. Last chance is Mr. Knowles.
So Mr. and Mrs. Demore, I'm just curious, you said that it sounded like May of 2021 was when you started going to different boards and everything. Like, was there a starting point that you really, like, if Ken's has been using this since 2014, 24/7, like I think that's what you said, right? 24/7 is right. 2014, 24/7 from then on, has it been from that point on that you've heard the noise, or it's just recent?
August 2019.
August 2019.
Every neighbor in independent place complained that late 2019. 2020.
So I guess that is, Ken's probably have already looked at this, but if not, was there any significant change that happened in that time frame with what was being either stored at that facility or like?
No, because the refrigeration was there, everything. We're not sure. I think what I heard was the complaints started in the winter of 2019 when the foliage was down.
But I might suggest that there was a period of time when activity was lower during that period of 2018 and 2019 while the renovation was being done. Then there certainly would have been a noticeable spike, but not necessarily noticeable between prior to construction and post-construction.
You have the floor, Mr. Knowles.
Well, just to confirm, our first meeting was with Lori Lilly, and that was March 2020. So it took us some time because of time to get a meeting with her. That's when we made our first complaint.
Like,
And in fact, another neighbor had beat us to it. And started doing it.
I'll get there, Chris. Jesse?
Yes, Mrs. DeMaria, you, along the lines of what Mr. Pizzoni was asking, because what occurred to Mr. Pizzoni also did occur to me while you listed a number of addresses.
Yeah.
And in an email today you sent to the board at 2:05 p.m.,
yeah,
you say numerous, approximately 20 residents.
Yeah.
Are those addresses, those approximately 20 residents that you referenced in the email?
Yes, so just to confirm, because this has happened over a couple of years now, the original complaint was made with ourselves to the Board of Health, to two different families. And then there were about 6 or 8 at the Zoning Board of Appeals hearing back in May 2021, and I've sent those names actually to Karina. And then Karina also offered to accept letters from the public, as you remember, as part of this hearing. And so she maybe received about 3 or 4 at that time. And then Heather Elfer and the Board of Health asked to, put together a small group, not comprehensive because Ken's Foods didn't send out notes to everybody, but basically those people sort of along our street. So we got maybe 5 or 6 people to join that day, but then more and more neighbors came out as they heard about that. And I gave them Heather's information and she followed up with them. So my list is 21 people, all together.
Have documented their issues?
I don't have it, but Board of Health has it, or it's in the minutes of the zoning board, or it's in the police report.
Okay. But you have not received that?
I've only seen what was given to the police. Laurie Lavoli I've talked to, there were 3 or 4 then. And the few that have responded with Jim, I haven't seen anything from the Board of Health of new people.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Latrell, anything?
So I know I was in attendance at the ZBA hearing for this special permit, which was last year, and there were many, many of others there. And I know from, following developments through that affected me myself, that people drop off, 2, 3, 4 years and nothing happens, and, they give up, which is why we got calls to the police, and the police said there's no noise bylaw, we can't do anything. People stopped calling the police. So because there, aren't 100 people here, doesn't mean that it's not affecting them.
With all due respect, in several of those police reports, the police report that when they went out to the property, they didn't hear anything. And it was the same evening. So Ken's, if they were operating all evening.
All set?
I'm all set.
Any? Marty?
Yeah, it was just a comment that I want to make. So I understand in 2019, I think prior to me joining the board, we approved the site plan modification. We moved operations to the west side of the building, which kind of makes sense if that's when the August 19 is when the noise started. So my only advice or perspective, we're obviously going to be continuing this on and we have other people tonight. My thought is forensic analysis, like for you to look back what happened. Cisco in Boston, in Clinton, Mass, largest food warehouse. They have abutters. What are they doing? What are people doing? And how do we innovate? So if there is this, deadlock around our zoning, which I it's still covered, but there's opportunity to be innovative. How do you explore the innovation and come to the board to offer mitigation? And that's what I want to push back to you after you go through your board meetings with the Board of Health.
In this,
Hold on, Bill. We can't keep going back. Yes, Chris.
Chris Roberts, 39 Parker Road. I'm going to say I'm impressed with 2 parties here. One, Ken's, a world famous corporation, was decided several years ago to set up right. We are grateful. It sets a milestone for this town. Route 9 has been empty, and Ken's came to the rescue and used the plant that employed people and served the greater Massachusetts area. So thank you, Ken's Foods. Thank you, Planning Board, for trying to get to the bottom of this noise issue. And I don't understand. People can give lots of excuses why they can't get people to show up for the complaints that have been made and why they can't get a group to work with Mr. Pizzoni to resolve and bring an agreement to this issue. And my recommendation is somebody in this room should be appointed point to work with the neighbors to set up a time that this is going to happen. We can't keep going on like this and dragging it out and making everybody frustrated and giving Ken's a difficult time or the community a difficult situation. But I think it'd be resolved if we have somebody who's going to take the point position and get this group together so something will happen.
I think that's happening on May 24th, Chris,
Yeah,
with a follow-up on May 31st. It's
Yeah,
in
but
motion
who's
now.
gonna-
We made
who's
more
gonna bring the
progress.
bodies together? Who's gonna take responsibility? Not just sending out an email to the world, but who's gonna do the dog work here to get the people coming?
I think it's our understanding that the chair of the Board of Health is the lead. That's the person right now that has the ball.
Yeah, but, a lot of people get point positions, but it doesn't mean they have to get groups of people together to do it.
There's two meetings scheduled, one on May 24th and one on May 31st. That's the most progress we've seen in quite a while.
But I applaud you guys, all of you, for trying so hard to bring resolution to this. So let's bring it to a close.
Anyone else? Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Mills.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, we continue the public hearings for 325 Turnpike Road, Ken's Food expansion, major site plan approval, and for 325 Turnpike Road, Ken's Food expansion, special permit for LID to May 23rd, 2022 at 7:05 PM respectfully for both public hearings.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Morris, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
So that's Houlihan, yes.
We'll see. Well, they'll see you on May 23rd.
You'll be missed, Mr. Morris.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
Mr. Mills.
motion for a 2-minute recess.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Morris, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan,
Houlihan, yes. Sorry.
Thank you.
What's the whole comment?
Figure that out.
No, I have to.
So
Go on.
California has all established regulations on.
Good luck.
So, If I look it up, I'll probably find
Yeah,
out.
so it's,
It's not gonna
they
happen.
park in it, they want to close on days, but it's from refrigerated.
So it is something structural. It is something
Yes.
structural.
Yeah.
You'll be able to miss out.
I'll look it up.
I've learned way more about trucking than I am.
Tell me where we can start.
Go ahead. Go for it.
Maybe. Planning board's back in session. Next item on the agenda is a continued public hearing, 200 Turnpike Road, snow removal, landscaping, contractor facility, major site plan approval. Continued from November 15th, January 10th, January 24th, February 7th, February 28th, March 14th, April 11th, April 25th, and a continued public hearing for 200 Turnpike Road, snow removal, landscaping, contractor facility, continued from the same dates for the lower impact development special permit public hearing. We'll ask the town plant, does she, you on there, Karina?
I'm here.
Okay, we'll ask the town planner to give us an update on where we are with this public hearing.
All right, since the last public hearing on April 25th, on May 2nd, we received Fussin' O'Neill review comments of their submission number 3, which were distributed to all that need it. I also provided the applicant with some comments on the plans myself regarding planning board endorsement, signature, location, minor things like that. It's my understanding that on or about April 25th, that the proponent applied with the Conservation Commission for stormwater management permit and notice of intent, which is going to be heard at the May 12th Conservation Commission meeting. I just want to point out that in the interim, I know there were a lot of meetings where the applicant team didn't attend as they were working on revising their submittal and being continued to tonight. I just want to point out that there were Board of Health comments back in February regarding septic plans required. You satisfied the Conservation Commission in their request for you to file a stormwater management permit and a notice of intent. There were comments regarding accessibility compliance that were provided. In addition, there were comments from Open Space Preservation Commission on April 11th, and we did receive a letter from the DCR on April 12th that they appreciated planning board's attention and the proponent's response, and essentially they were all set as long as there were no significant changes to the layout. And that brings us to this evening. Fussin' O'Neill's follow-up review did still have some remaining issues to which the applicant needs to address. And that takes us to tonight. All set, Don.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Are
Good
you
to see
going
you
to
again.
start, Attorney Norris? Are you going to start?
I will start.
Okay, welcome back.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Pleasure is mine.
With me tonight is Mark Santoro, the engineer, John Crandall, the owner of the property. One of the issues that we had was from the abutter, was complaining about the trucks coming in and out of there. I've met with their attorney. We've met on site several different occasions. And we have reached an agreement that we'll be signing tomorrow morning to take care of all those issues. So they are no longer objecting, as far as I know, to what we're doing here. I think at this point, it would be easier for Mark to address you and address the issues in the Fussin' O'Neill comments, and we'll try to go through and answer any other questions that you might have about it. And I'm wondering if we have a plan.
Well, when you take us through those items, they're open items. They're not going to get closed tonight until.
No, we understand that.
Okay.
Understand that.
So why are we gonna go through them?
Well, I think we were looking for some comments from the board on some of the proposed waivers that we have
Okay,
and any other issues that the board might have that we can address so that after we finish with conservation and the Board of Health and we come back here, we've got a completed package.
sounds good.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Welcome back.
Thank you. First of all, it's great to be here in person. The Zoom is very convenient, but nothing beats a face-to-face, and I thank you for holding this hearing and having us here. My name is Mark Santora. I'm a design engineer from Grafton, Mass. I just want to point out one thing before I proceed. Karina pointed out that the Board of Health was looking for a submittal. We did submit full septic design and application package to the Board of Health a couple of weeks ago, and we're pending review right now. Some waiting on comments from the Board of Health. I expect, like any peer review, there's going to be a couple of things, and we'll have to make a revision. We're confident that the septic design is something that we don't have any issues with because there's very good soils on the site and we have plenty of room. There's an existing septic system. It's a repair. Although we are upgrading, so we're treating it as new construction, but without getting into the details of Title V, we should be able to comply. And that feedback should happen within, before we close the hearing, we'd like to hear back from them and ask for that. Same thing with the Conservation Commission. As Karina pointed out, we'll be before the commission later this week. And we'd like to open the hearing and assess a status with them and make sure that we don't have any major issues with conservation. The site itself, it's more of a stormwater permit issue. The site itself, we're only barely is a little sliver of buffer zone that we're going to impact. And the biggest issue, in my opinion, and it's not an issue, but our biggest item that we need to address satisfactorily with the Conservation Commission is the bordering land subject to flooding is a buffer zone in the floodplain. There's a 20-foot requirement that no work takes place in that buffer zone, and we do have a little bit of work proposed in that state law. It's allowed, so we're going to be asking a waiver of the Conservation Commission, and if we get that waiver, then our footprint stays the same. If we don't get that waiver, we'll have to pull the wall in and the footprint will change a little bit. Melissa didn't seem to think it was a problem, but we need to go through the process with the Conservation Commission and get that approval. So as far as the Fuss and O'Neill comments, I like, I'll work with Karina to get a meeting over the phone with Fuss and O'Neill to just talk about a couple of them. I just need to explain my design intent. Won't get into technical stuff because I don't think you want me to, but we can address the technical comments in the Fuss and O'Neill and intend to. But I didn't want to make revisions prior to this hearing because we got a review pending with Concom, it's overlapping, and we'd like to submit two sets of plans that are identical in a way, back one to planning, one to Concom, wrap up our Fuss and O'Neill comments in one fell swoop, rather than resubmit, submitting 4 times to you and 3 times to them. So you understand. So really, what the reason we wanted to even present tonight is to take the board's temperature, if you would indulge us on the waiver request, because if one of them could affect footprint. So and I understand you can't tell us how you're going to vote, but if you could tell us if you object or give us some input on them. There's 3 of them, and Mr. Chairman, with your permission. Okay, the first one is first waiver request we're asking for is for and I'm going to summarize the islands in the parking area. Section 174.13, the zoning bylaw requires islands spaced within parking areas. And in my response to Fuss and O'Neill, I don't want to assume what the bylaw was written for, but in my opinion, I think it applies more to like a parking lot where you're going to have big parking areas, cars pull up and they park in the islands, and so this isn't, although we have parking on the plan to show that we can comply with the parking requirement. There'll be less of a need for the owner to use that for parking as more as the area that he's proposing to develop is for a laydown area for his landscaping business, for, you know, the snow plows and the things that don't get stored inside a building. And you know, and we discussed this at the first meeting. John is a very meticulous landscape contractor, and he's not proposing to come in and just park old junk trucks and make a mess. He's gonna have a state-of-the-art operation. It's gonna be organized and neat, and he's not looking to you know, make a junk out of this, but he does need the laydown space to make it work. So by putting islands in that small area, it's gonna divide it up, and it's gonna take away from the functionality of the site. So we're hoping that this is okay. Those are contour lines, the thick lines, and that circle at 274 is a 274 contour that flows. The water flows perpendicular to those lines and directs towards that double catch basin that the cursor is close to. And then everything else is underground. So it's basically an wide open area. And he needs it because the trucks are gonna come in, and he needs to be able to get tractor trailers into the salt shed. And they're gonna be able to go in, dump in there, and then drive out and leave the site while navigating whatever stuff might be on the ground over there. And also he needs to be able to have a front end loader pull in and out of that and take scoops of the material and load his trucks and dispatch them out. So that it's important that he's got some open space there. So an island would really make it difficult to navigate. You know, I'll stop at that, and if there's any input, we'd welcome it.
So the requirements for a landscaped island, no further than 60 feet from a parking space. No parking space can be more than 60 feet. So have you figured out how many islands would be needed to comply with that?
I haven't, no, but you know, looking at it, we would.
That's okay. You haven't figured it out.
Yeah, well,
I'm envisioning what you're talking about as far as an operation.
yes, sir.
And so you have a nice landscaped island with curves, and you have mulch, you have a red maple tree there or some type of bush. And then next spring, the tree is snapped in half. The bushes have been run over 100 times. Curbing is all busted because of the nature of the operation. I tend to agree that
Understood.
It's different than an office building or a store where people are coming and going. It's more just a purely automobile parking spaces, whereas what you're proposing here involves big trucks, yes, or more. It's all up to the board. Mills?
I'm in agreement with Mr. Morris. The one thing though, if we could take whatever that space would be for an island, move it to the perimeter of the property and use it for what Mr. Trell, I assume, is going to ask for native species, grasses, that is not going to become a snow storage area. So we know it's going to be sustainable.
Yes.
And if it's close to wetlands, if the little turtles from a nest there or anything like that, it's going to be protected. So if we take that same type of area, whatever it was going to be, put it, you know, somewhere on the edge of the property that would be then quote, protected, and again, not snow storage or anything like that.
Understood. Well, what we did in that note is we moved the wall in, like, we used to have the wall right on the property line. We moved it in 10 feet to comply with another one of the bylaws to have the 10-foot strip around. And now we would then, but the walls, it would be at a lower elevation, but we could put those native plants around in the toe of that slope. Yeah, no, but that's, thank you for that input. And it would, that would work with the layout that we have now. And I think that's definitely something that we could accommodate. Mr. Starr?
I'm in agreement with the rest of the board.
This is the chart.
And we're just talking about this one particular waiver.
Yeah, one of the.
At this time, yes.
Of course, I agree with the chair.
So it looks like you got the green light to not have to install the islands.
Okay.
As per their quote.
Thank you, thank you. So moving on to the next request, by memory, and I just want to double check my notes here, but by memory, the other two are the section 311 and 312, the hydraulic budget and water balance and hydrogeological assessment. I'd just like to remind the board, we did speak about the water budget, water balance at the first hearing that we presented on Zoom review, and I touched on it at that point, and I want to point out that without doing the analysis, I can say it's intuitively obvious to me, and I'll explain that we will increase the water balance, not decrease it, because in our stormwater management analysis to comply with the stormwater infiltration requirement, we analyzed the site and the pre-development condition in the 210, 25, and 100-year storm, and due to the very high, well-drained soils on the site, this Class A type A soils, those storms all infiltrate into the site. So soils are a double-edged sword. You want poor soils, as a designer, to minimize the amount of mitigation you have to do in stormwater. You want poor soils pre-development, because that gives you lots of runoff to increase the pre-development runoff, so that post-development, when you render it impervious, there's not as much, you've got something to balance against. But when it all goes into the ground and you have zero on pre-development, now you have to get zero post-development. So now on post-development condition, the good soils are great because they infiltrate rapidly, and the visual analysis of the soils, it does qualify for the highest rate on RALs. It's real good sand, highly drained, and so without getting way into it, we're infiltrating all the water. Nothing leaves the site except in 100-year storm. In the worst case, we get a little bit of a little outfall. So that being said, all the water is getting injected back into the ground, plus the water from the septic system. So it's a net increase in the water balance. So to do all that, just to quantify that, to show you, it's just going to be working expense for the client. That is going to just be obvious. It's a small site. We're not taking any water away because we're not discharging any to the storm water. So I feel like that one is an exercise just to show you something that I hope I explained well.
Go ahead.
One of the type of requests that we're going to wait before.
We have, but probably should have it in front of me. What does Fuss and O'Neill say regarding your request for the waiver?
They basically, their answer was, it is at the discretion of the planning board to approve or deny this waiver. And my response was to say, basically, in a paragraph, what I explained in 10 paragraphs, that it's all being infiltrated and the septic it's a small site and the septic system is adding water from the water main into it. So we're actually increasing the water balance.
And how about the Conservation Commission?
Well, I don't, and you raised a good point. I don't know if they have this in their list, because I don't recall asking for that waiver, but I have to redo my homework to see if that.
You have to prove to the Conservation Commission that the post-construction rate of runoff
Yes,
is
yes,
less than or
yes, sir.
or equal to
That's correct.
the pre-construction.
That's correct. And I can demonstrate that at Concom. And I have in the same
I
report.
would suggest that if and that's essentially what you're saying.
Yes,
So if when you get to that point with the Conservation Commission, just like we did with the previous proponent here, we could ask conservation agent to give us her opinion after you present your calculations, and then the board can be guided by conservation's opinion relative to your statements about water balance.
and I just want to point one thing out. You said you were speaking of runoff. I'm saying that there won't be any runoff, that our runoff is all infiltrating. So instead of having pre and post development runoff being compared, we're basically not going to have runoff. It's going into the ground. So that's we're injecting.
That's one piece of it. The other piece is groundwater recharge.
It is being, and that's, we're recharging it all into the
Your
ground.
calculations will have
Yes.
to show that.
Yeah, yes, sir, and they do.
And the conservation, I think, looks at that and they concur, then they can guide the planning board and grant
Okay,
this waiver.
great.
So let's put those on hold, 311 and 312, right?
And well, 312 is a little different, but yeah, it basically 312 is the hydrogeological assessment, which is basically mapping the groundwater and its direction of flow. And then on that, we would, I don't see the need for him, John, to have to incur the expense to drill wells, see where the groundwater is, get its direction of flow, only to show the obvious that we have a hill like this, groundwater follows the contour of the ground, and it's flowing down that hill and into the DCR's watershed. And now we're gonna take the site that's like this and put retaining wall and make it like that, and that's all gets filled up. Wait, the groundwater's down here. So we're gonna raise the grade and we won't affect the groundwater because groundwater is so deep. If groundwater was a couple feet and we were cutting and changing going into the groundwater table, then I see the need for the assessment, but we're filling on top of the site where groundwater is deep, and it's intuitively obvious that the water table gradient is to the watershed. And we did plot, I didn't ask for a waiver for groundwater contours. We did physical test pits, found groundwater or lack thereof by refusal, and we called groundwater at the bottom of our test pits 10 feet, and we mapped that. So it might be even lower, but we demonstrated that the water table is not being affected by our work. I just, again, the assessment, all that's gonna do is have us drill even deep, maybe we'll drill 20 feet to find the water table and then show that all our work is above it. We're not gonna impact it.
What's the board's pleasure? Same as 311.
Yes.
And I'm gonna break my own rule. Usually when the board is saying things are good and I'm supposed to shut up, I'm just gonna say one more thing. The site is very small and it's microcosm of the neighborhood. Like if we had acres, and now the hydrogeological assessment is gonna, with undulating grades, water table, different soils, then there's something to study. But this is a tiny spot, all the same soils, same grades.
That's just the opposite of what the previous group said, that their site was so huge. So why don't we quit while we're ahead?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to hurt anyone. I'm gonna stick with my
311 and 312.
Thank you.
We'll have the town planner monitor that discussion with conservation ask them for an opinion, and then share that with the planning board for final
Thank you.
resolution of the request.
And you know, I hope you grant all 3 waivers, but really the first one affects our footprint. So the other 2, it's just gonna be work that they would have to do after, that would affect our timeline, but
We already got the green light
Yep.
on the first one.
all right, thank you very
Is
much.
that it for tonight?
That's
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
Hold on,
sorry,
then.
sorry.
Hold
Unless the
on.
board has
Yep.
some comments
Anyone
or
else from
questions.
the board?
Sorry.
Questions or comments?
Other things not related to the boards.
Yes. Yep,
Oh.
Yeah.
With a long list. Should I start now?
sure, let's.
Go right ahead.
So we can make progress.
Yeah,
toward our next
Sounds
meeting.
good, yeah. I
Okay.
apologize.
So questions from the previous hearing. So we're required in the site plan to make sure that the site plan complies with all zoning. And this site does not comply with zoning. It doesn't have the required frontage. Were you going to seek relief from the zoning board on that?
This site has frontage.
It doesn't have the required frontage.
It's less than that.
It's an expansion to a non-conforming lot, which requires a special permit from the zoning board. And the building inspector, way back before you saw, so you went to the zoning board for the use. You were granted a special permit for that. And the building inspector had opined that you needed relief from this section and approval of the use. And you only saw one.
If you go to the facilities plan, it'll show the table she's referring to. One of, sorry to interrupt you, through the chair, one of the plans has a table on it that shows the zoning, either the cover sheet. Let's start with the cover sheet. Down in the bottom. Oh, upper right-hand corner. So she is correct that the required frontage is 200, and we have, I don't have it listed, we have 100 and something. So it is less than the required frontage. But, and I don't want to disagree with you. I respectfully, the lot, well, my opinion of that is that if we were to be subdividing this lot or changing its,
The pre-existing.
it is a pre-existing non-conforming lot. So when-
Well, our bylaw states any expansion
Okay, no, and,
to a non-conforming lot
Yeah.
requires a special.
and zoning, I understand your position, and zoning is, it's not a science, like, so, you know, if they say we have to go to the ZBA again, we were at the ZBA. And they approved they saw what we had here, they approved the.
You asked them to approve the use.
I understand,
They
we
did
didn't
what you
ask,
asked.
we
They
didn't ask
can't-
for this, but we did have we had a hearing, not a hearing, I'm sorry, we had a meeting with the staff and the zoning enforcement officer, the building inspector was there. We asked for guidance on what she
And
thought.
she wrote that in her letter. She wrote you need relief on the use and you need.
In the
relief
very
on the-
beginning,
Right.
she directed us. to do
Right.
that.
So before you went to the ZBA the first time, she had equipped you with that guidance, which for whatever reason.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah.
So also at a prior meeting, I had asked if you would identify any trees on the site that were 6 caliber or more. You said you would. I don't see them on the cover.
When I was out there surveying, there was a lot of brush. I will go back and just take a note. Go there and GPS and shoot I mean, my plan is getting busy. Can I give you a list of them? I hate to be adding trees to the plan that is really, you want to see them on the plan or
Well, it's required in the site plan.
6 inches of grade?
And there's a 20-foot landscape buffer that's required along the boundary abutting any residential zone property. That should be on the south.
Can you see the plan? Yeah. So the only residents that the town is wrapping us here, the petroleum processing, that's business on, to the left, there's a farmhouse on Middle Road, and we're not,
Well, the town is, that parcel is residentially zoned.
and we're not, and you're looking for 20-foot buffer, we're not, our work, there's a buffer still there. The work ends at the detention pond, and, I mean, we don't have a,
So what's in that landscape buffer? Grass?
can we go to a
Supposed to
sheet,
provide screening.
go to the next sheet?
Which side?
So, you know, with all due respect, you want us to put screening between us and the DPW garage? I mean, we, well,
That's what the.
all right,
bylaw
maybe we
requires.
should ask for waiver for that then, because that, if in strict compliance, go ahead.
Well, it's residentially zoned, it's a DPW garage now. Maybe something different in the future.
I mean, that's a stretch, that's their, that's their facility, I can't see them, I mean, and
Things change.
Mimi, which border are you referring to? The east or the south?
The south up the east there.
The southeast corner?
Then
On the-
there, around here.
I can't see it from here. The right side or the bottom?
And, yes, both.
Both, okay.
But even, so a 10-foot landscape buffer is required, but grass isn't a landscape buffer. It doesn't provide.
there's trees there. There's heavy,
But I don't know that.
Yeah.
because
see,
Other than
no,
this, well, there's a scribbly, but I don't know if that, what that means.
see that's, I mean, it's heavy cover, I mean, you can't even, it's,
Well, so you
yeah,
can use
so I could
existing
label it.
screening, but I
Yeah,
need to know
yeah,
what it
all right.
is.
So I basically gotta label it as such. It is screened pretty well. I'm not trying to get away with that. Yeah, I mean, it's, you can't see through there. I can't climb through there. I couldn't survey it. It's gnarly there.
Mark, do you have a legend on the plans?
Yes, in the front cover.
Thanks.
And do you know what that black dotted line down there means? Just see.
This one?
Yes. Yeah. There's a one up in the top too.
Oh, the one on the top is the FEMA floodplain. That's an errant line. I have removed that.
Oh,
Yeah, that line is nothing. That's. All right, so I'll assess that for, just determine if it's would pass the muster for landscape screening, and I can label it if I think it is, and you can check it.
okay.
All right, so remove.
And what low impact development techniques are being utilized?
Well, where it says proposed grass, we're gonna be creating a rain garden there. And our next revision,
Eraser.
yeah, and then we're using we've got a buffer around the outside, and we're using a stormwater treatment unit, infiltration systems. We're dealing with the hotspot through containment of the salt. So basically, the rain garden is the main lid.
You have undisturbed open space listed on the plan?
Yes, and then on our left, well, it's just a sliver, that's our lot, that's what creates the front.
Right, that goes up to Middle Road there, but
Yeah.
that's mowed. Do you plan to stop mowing?
We don't touch that, that's,
So we have a definition of open space in our code. So is that going to be deeded as open space, not to be touched in perpetuity?
I mean, we wouldn't, I don't think we can deed it to anybody, but you want a conservation restriction on it?
No, just
That's what that is, right?
a conservation restriction isn't required, it just.
Well,
needs
that,
to
in
be
my
deeded
in my
as
mind,
such.
when you deed, if you and last thing I'm trying, trust me, I'm not trying to get in that argument with you. I'm just trying to understand what you're asking me. So when if I do an open space plan and you have, a flexible development or an open space development, and you have two types of, conventional, and you're assessing the two, and open space on one of the plans where you're given requirement laxes, that open space then gets restricted permanently as open space, and the disposition of that open space can either go to conservation, be deeded to the town, or a conservation restriction posted on it that can only be undone by the legislature. That's to me what a conservation restriction is. Now, open space, I mean, the definition of open space to me is space that we don't plan on using, and it's not in this proposal, not being changed. So I know you have a definition in the bylaw. You can indulge me and read it, and hopefully it meets that. And maybe I just labeled it wrong. It's land we're not.
Mark, this is Karina.
I-
You should check the code for open space. There's that definition. What happens is on some of these site plans, in order to help mitigate with lid approaches, sometimes the planning board likes to see some open space that's restricted. And what happens is if there's a paragraph that gets added to the plan that says this particular area, and it gets marked with bounds, won't be mowed or can be mowed twice a year, but the goal is to preserve it in its natural state.
Okay.
In a site.
I don't think, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that's a problem. We could designate that as space that we would meet the bylaw, and we don't have any plans for it. And that's not gonna.
Could I share for a second, Mr. Chairman? Anything that finger goes all the way up to Middle Road and to the, border of Turnpike. For me, I don't mind. I mean, it'll save us some maintenance, but there's probably one section of it that we want to keep mowed just for site obstruction for anyone coming in and out of that property. But other than that, it's be fine for me to designate it as open space in that term. And as far as the landscape that's abuts the transfer station, I don't know what that's salt. That's 12 to 20 foot high Dark American arborvitaes that run the whole length. So that's like you can't get a better living fence than that. The other side is pin oak and maples and whatnot, but I'm not sure how much that's going to be developed, Mark, but again, it's what we do, so we could put arborvitae or something to that effect.
No, if there are trees currently there, those can be used to satisfy the landscape.
Sure.
You're talking about, no, yeah, there's a stand of trees on that back line.
So I don't know that would comply with our landscape.
We need to show it on the
So I
plan.
just need to know that.
Okay. So on the open space, what John is referring to is on Middle Road, he's gotta keep a line of sight to the driveway. But other than that, the rest of those two areas that I have labeled as undisturbed open space, you could restrict it for future use, and
We could just
you'd
mark
be
the-
okay with that.
So you could mark the plan, just show where it's been maintained.
basically just the sight line, you know, where a driver was. When you come out the driveway, he's good, you know, driver's gonna be able to look both ways, and so the first, you understand, so, as language, so the first 20 feet we wanna have. But other than that,
We'll show it. on the
and
plan.
thank you, I think, I'm starting to understand, you're trying to help us with that's open space, that helps with the lid to that to be, so, thank you, we can.
There is a section of that area that's been mowed from the prior owner of the petroleum processing. We haven't mowed it ourselves, but you know, we could certainly talk with the neighbor as well. We both share the responsibility of that, so.
The trees are listed as 2-inch caliber, but they're required to be 3 in the bylaw.
On the landscape plan,
And there are 2, the honey locust and, it's going to be shocking, the European yew are non-native.
on my latest one, I changed some stuff.
Did you?
The
The latest is that.
Let's look at what she's got, yeah, look at, Colleen, up in the upper left-hand corner of this plan.
Yeah, so that's the one.
All right,
Honey
so-
locust and the European yew.
So swap those for native.
And there is an American.
They probably suggest an envelope. It may be a moot point, but it's a really resilient tree, so in the area, we have a lot of pavement and whatnot, they stand really well. But certainly do whatever's needed and just try to find something that's resilient.
Oh, and also on the plan and the species selection guidelines. There should be a note that the species shown on the plan shall be planted as approved on the plan, and any change shall be approved by the town planner.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with this list. I didn't have a good piece of paper. 6-inch caliber. Can you restate that, please? What was that last
But
one?
the landscaping should be planted according to the plan, and any changes need to be approved.
Right, yeah, someone made, I think Karina brought that, so I have it
Probably.
by the engineer, so you want me to see the engineer and planner? Okay.
Is there a lighting curfew time, or is it going to be 20%?
During the summer, regular hours, winter operations, you will need lighting in and around the facility, but the lighting plan shows no spillover off the property and
So it's going to be lit 24/7.
only when it's only in a snow event, only if he's actually working, and that's gonna be based on weather.
Oh, and how tall is the retaining wall?
It's labeled on the grading and drainage sheet, top and toe of wall. Let's see if we can get one of those sheets, but to just answer you, it ranges from 8 to 14 feet, 278, 18 feet is its highest point.
And what's that made out of?
Large gravity blocks, so it's gonna be an engineered wall that has geotextile fabric and blocks probably the size of this table. Just that the first couple courses will be on the bottom, there'll be a block coming a long ways a dead man, and then the next course will step back like this so that the wall can't lean, and it
Do you
is.
have a picture of that? I'm just wondering what it's gonna look like, because now it's like the trees, because there's all the DCR there, then there's like a meadow. but all of that meadow is gonna be gone, and there's gonna be this. big,
It's
huge
gonna have a
wall.
facade. The blocks will have, they won't be, he's not gonna put bin blocks in that like you just have concrete. If they're gonna have, let me try to give you an example. Wait.
Why don't
Are these waste blocks? Mark, are these waste blocks?
Yeah, but they're not waste blocks poured square. They're waste blocks with a form that are gonna have
A print, a texture?
a print texture, correct.
Put
I,
it on a detail on the plan, please.
I think we might have it on one of the sheets. Look at the detail sheets. And no, to the left on one of these,
It's on page 9.
thank you. All the way to the left. That doesn't show the face though, so we'll have to show you the face of it, yeah. We could get a brochure.
We'll bring you a picture, show you.
Thank you.
They're nice though, it's not gonna be ugly one.
This is the way. Open it up to the public. Any questions or comments? Gentlemen, do you think we made some progress tonight?
I think we made a lot of progress. We appreciate your help.
Sounds like you've made progress too, especially with the neighbor.
Yeah.
That was way a long time ago. That was the first.
Yeah.
First
And
thing.
DCR, that was
Yeah,
great.
DCR, you got that. So, you've got some homework assignments, you've got the corrections that Austin O'Neill has pointed out that need to be fixed on the plan. We picked up another one of those dash lines. Colleen, did you have something?
Freddie wants to.
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. This is Freddie Gillespie, Chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission. We had a couple of comments, and I'm not sure if you've totally addressed them all tonight. But one concern is the grass planting. If my calculations were right, reading the landscape plan, you have like 25,000 square feet planted in grass. Has that been changed, or is that correct in that calculation? Because it doesn't seem like it's a property that needs grass, lawn.
So through the chair, to answer you, Freddie, this is Mark Santora. First of all, we didn't forget you. I meant to get a hold of you, but I wanted to go to the Conservation Commission first and talk to them and then come back to you and address your questions after Wednesday. But that calculation, you're right on the area, but we're not modifying that. It's to remain natural the way it is now. So however many that land is now is the way we intend it to remain.
So that's not new seeding.
No.
Okay, then I might have misread it. And the other question is about and I know you just went over this, but the open space designation. And one concern is you're talking about leaving it undisturbed except for mowing for the view site. We may want to have a conversation before you come back to come up with a somewhat of a better plan. I really worry in this day and age of leaving landscape to go wild. What you end up with most of the time is a messy, invasive species, not really good habitat. So one of the things we recommend, let me just finish. We recommend maybe as a planting and with an annual mow that can keep it under control, but we could come up with maybe if your goal is to leave it undisturbed, except for where you need to mow for view site, and that's a lid technique, we may want to recommend a certain type of planting to be put in there so that you can have a deep, nice looking entrance that, when I say nice, I mean a natural habitat that's not just overgrown with bittersweet and all other kinds of invasive species. And then the third thing we'd want to talk to you about is you're saying you're putting in a rain garden. And we'd love to recommend some plants that are native and also
Thank you.
some of the highest value types of plants. If that's okay, we'd try to set up a meeting.
we welcome that. And I just, on your point of on the open space, I just, because it was out of the impact area of the site, I didn't map it as well as I probably should have, but a good portion of that is floodplain. And there's also wetlands there, that's a lot of it we can't touch, or mow or maintain. And I understand the invasive species, and that's why I want to talk to Concom. And if you want us to, remove invasive species in some of those areas, first we've got to address it, assess it, and then you're more of an expert on that than I am. But I just want to point out there's some wetland areas that limit our ability to maintain that.
And if I may, through the chair, respond. Our goal is to, I'm not asking you to create a management area. I'm just throwing out there that if you leave it alone and don't have a plan for it, that you can end up with something you weren't expecting. And I didn't notice that some of that area that you listed as open space was wetlands. So that's another issue.
And just to that, when I go back to the site to look at for the 6-inch caliber trees, I'll look at those areas and look for invasive species and look at what we can manage and what we can't. And then we can answer you better next time we talk. Maybe we can touch base with you for those plants in the rain garden, and we can have that discussion out of the meeting.
Thank you. Our goal is to be helpful, not to add to your plate as far as these plants.
And that is helpful. The plants in the rain garden is, we welcome that guidance.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
One more thing, I just want to say, it's an honor to be here. I started my company on TV Mass when I was 16 with $500, and never thought I'd come to another town and ask people what we are. Developing over the years, and they're asking for more positions, and all of our clients at this point are commercial, so we work for lady hospitals and Curd Coffee, a lot of those type of institutions. And they've asked us to come into this area as well. So I'm very grateful to just be here. I know it's gonna take a little bit more effort, but I think we'll get there. So appreciate everybody's help with this.
Thank you. Yeah, this is this public hearing and the one before it are just extreme outliers as far as continuations. To start these hearings back, these started in November, and to still have them open here in May is incredible. It's just.
I got sick. I apologize. I had to.
There's other reasons, but
yeah.
I think the board could see that there's some obstacles, some challenges that you had, but seemed to feel that you were all headed in the right direction. And so these continuations went on and on. And like I said, hopefully it'll have a nice happy ending.
Thank you. And I do want to point out, I understand I'm one man band. I don't have the office of 20 engineers, so it's tough to, some of these comments, it's a lot of work, and I won't claim that we broke any time records, but I'm not looking to skip any steps, so we'll get through it.
We'll do it right.
Thank
Right,
you.
Mr. Mills?
Thank you.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. That's a reference to the chairman's, one of his famous quotes over time has been, we're gonna do it right. How long it's gonna take.
I agree. Yeah, we've done it, and we'll do it again.
That's the way to go.
Yeah. So if there's nothing else, we'll entertain a motion to continue the hearings.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion, we continue the public hearing for 200 Turnpike Road, snow removal landscaping contractor facility, major site plan approval, and also 200 Turnpike Road, snow removal landscaping contractor facility special permit for LID to May 23rd, 2022 at 7:10 p.m.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Karina, you all set with this?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Hearing none, no more, all in favor, Morris, yes?
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Okay, we'll see you on the 23rd. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a continued public hearing. 154, 156 Northborough Road, modification to major site plan approval. This is continued from March 14th, April 11th, and April 25th. We'll ask the town planner to update us on this public hearing.
Okay, I was just looking at my notes here. All right, couple things. Since the last public hearing on April 25th, I received a call from a resident who is interested in purchasing some of the units, and he had questions about the project and the status, and Mike was looking to get a hold of you, and he said he was waiting to hear back from you, just to let you know. I also received a call from Roger Kane, the owner of the property. He was going to submit a letter to me, Mike, before this meeting in order to explain or clarify or make a request. I hadn't received anything since that phone call. On April 27th, or prior to that, as you know, the as-built were reviewed by Fuss and O'Neill, and Peter Bemis with Engineering Design Consultants had provided the as-built and a certifying engineered letter, an engineered letter certifying the as-built, in which they discussed the stormwater calcs were sufficient, showing, you know, that the drainage as built was adequate. And we have requested stormwater calcs to be provided so that Fuss and O'Neill can review those calculations to confirm that statement in the certifying letter with the as-built. I spoke with the building commissioner about the status of this project, and it's at this time, and this was just the end of last week, that it's her understanding that at this time she is not in a position to issue certificates of occupancy for the project because of some safety related issues that need to be completed for the building permit applications. And it's my understanding that Peter Bemis has been communicating with the building department on that, but at this point that it was not ready for certificates of occupancy. In addition, on May 5th, that was last Thursday, I received a call from Attorney David Officer, who was looking to set up a meeting with me to determine and discuss the outstanding items for this project. I believe David Officer was in attendance at 2 planning board meetings ago, along with you, Mike, in which we described 5 aspects that were to be addressed during the period going up to the next meeting. And those involved issues with the building department and the permits related to getting those permits, the condo docs that were supposed to be updated based on town council's review, the protocol for new occupants, which you had revised, and we had 2 additional revisions. We were waiting for an updated copy of that. It's our understanding that, and as you were aware, some of the drainage wasn't built to site plan compliance. And that in turn led to the request for the stormwater calcs to be provided. Fuss and O'Neill also reviewed the civil aspects, the civil site design aspects of the as-built, and they issued a review letter with several items that I believe you were going to contact me in the interim timeframe between the prior meeting and now to discuss how you're going to resolve those. And then there's the issue of the landscaping, that there was still some plantings that you were going to complete so that Fuss and O'Neill could complete their as-built review of the landscape aspects. And I haven't really heard from you, Mike, since the last meeting, so I don't have anything new other than that we are seeking the stormwater calcs so that we can provide them to the town consultant to at least work on that step for the as-built, which is a requirement of the original site plan approval. And that brings us to this evening. John, that's all I have to get us up to date.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. So I'm Michael Quinn, representing Kane Built Inc. This evening, I have a letter I can give to Colleen. We'd like to withdraw our application for modification, and we'd like to do that with a this evening. And
Without prejudice?
without prejudice, yes.
And
So that takes the condominium documents off the table. We would like to concentrate on getting the building inspector squared away, the landscaping, and the other engineering issues.
Does this mean you won't be doing ownership units? Are you reverting to?
Not at this time. We just want to get the building, we want to get the certificate of occupancy issued as soon as possible. And that's what we're going to concentrate on.
the letter, can you read that to us?
Sure. Dear Planning Board, we, Kane Built Inc., hereby request to withdraw the application for modification without prejudice for the property known as 156 Northborough Road, Southfield. Signed, Roger Kane and Michael Quinn.
Pretty simple letter.
Pretty simple. That's what we like it.
Open it up to the board. Mr. Mills, any
No,
questions?
no questions.
Stein? No question. Latrell?
No question.
Any questions from the public?
I see no hands.
Okay, we'll accept that letter and take action on that if the board would like tonight. Thank you. The current decision dates for Northborough Road is May 27th, which is after the next planning board meeting. It would seem that in the absence of a good reason, the board could take action on this letter tonight, or let town council look at it and take action on it on May 23rd. I can't think of a reason, something that's out there that we don't understand or need to take action on in another way. This would basically cause the board to entertain a motion to grant your withdrawal of the application without prejudice. And if that carries, then it goes away. And your fees are kept by the town.
Don, do we
Yeah.
need to, can I
Go ahead.
ask a question? Do we need to have something for the file that indicates that they're not, that they're retaining the rental approach versus or is that just come because the permits they have in place refer to rental? Therefore, it defaults to that.
It would default to that.
Okay.
It's what they have now.
Right.
This whole exercise was to change it. Now they're asking to keep it the way it is by withdrawing their application to change it.
Just for point of clarification, we close the public hearing first and then accept the withdrawal.
Yeah, that would sound right, Mr. Lewis, yeah. So any other
Could I-
questions?
I have one more question, Don. So I have a meeting scheduled tentatively tomorrow with Attorney David Officer at 1:30. Mike, do you know if he still wants to pursue that meeting?
I don't know. I can call you first thing in the morning, let you know.
Okay, because it involved not only me, but the conservation agent and the building commissioner.
Yep.
So that we can just make sure we're not waiting.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll let
thank
know
you.
first.
Thanks, Don, sorry.
So if your attorney wants to still have the meeting, he's probably not going to want to do it for free.
Probably not.
So if he's not aware of this letter,
He's aware. I spoke with him this evening.
okay, so it's just a matter of canceling the meeting. There's no purpose for the meeting. after
No.
this.
I don't believe so.
Okay. So anything else from the public? Anybody? Mr. Mills,
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to close the public hearing for 154, 156 Northborough Road, modification of a major site plan approval.
Second.
motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Is that
Yep.
without prejudice, correct?
We're closing the public hearing.
Without
Just-
prejudice? Yeah,
I don't know why we close one with prejudice, but
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to forget
Motion's
it.
correct.
Any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, Morris, yes?
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes?
Leanne, yes.
The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept Kane Built Inc.'s request to withdraw their application for modification without prejudice as requested by Roger Kane and Michael Quinn on May 9th, 2022.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Anyone? Hearing none, all in favor, Morris, yes?
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes?
Leanne, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry I had to wait so long.
It's okay. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is an approval not required, 250 Turnpike Road. Last, the town planner to introduce this and take us through it.
The entity that owns 250 Turnpike, FD 250 Turnpike LLC, managed by David Ferris, submitted an A&R application that we filed on May 3rd. And we provided the plans to the planning board for review. In the audience, I believe we have Brian Chaville, if I'm not mistaken. He is representing the applicant, and maybe you can, here he is. So the planning department reviewed this A&R. They made several revisions per request, and we reviewed everything, and it all appears to be in order. Essentially, it's one lot at 250 Turnpike that has a split zone. There's an industrial zone that fronts on Turnpike Road, Route 9, with a residential A zoning district to the rear of the lot. And I'm just trying to see it, it's so small. I will let Brian Chaville explain further if that's all right with you, Don.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Brian Charvel. I'm the General Counsel of Ferris Development Group. The property owner at 250 Turnpike is an affiliate of ours. This is a 9.83 acre parcel today, known as Lot 2A. And with this plan, it would be divided into two new lots, Lot A and Lot B. Lot A would be on the Turnpike Road side, the northern half, if you will, of the lot, about 4 1/3 acres. And Lot B would be the southern portion, about 5.5 acres. The new dividing line essentially follows, for the most part, the existing zone line between the industrial zone along Turnpike and Residence A to the south. Lot A today contains an existing office building and a couple of parking lots, and Lot B is undeveloped. You see in the plan, there's a zoning table which reflects compliance in terms of frontage. New Lot A has its frontage on Turnpike Road, Route 9, and Lot B has its frontage on Parkerville Road. Ms. Quinn said that the plan's in order, and we want to take this opportunity to thank her and her colleagues for their input on this. I think what you're seeing tonight is the 4th or 5th iteration of a plan, and so it really benefited from their feedback before we formally filed. That being said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and otherwise we ask that the board endorse the plan as approval not required. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll open it up to the board. Mrs. Houlihan.
My only question is Parkerville is a scenic road and it has a historic stone wall at the point of frontage. So how does this impact an A&R? And Karina, I think that question might go to you.
Sure. In corresponding with the representatives for this A&R, we had them specifically put scenic road on the Parkerville Road label so that it would stand out later to the building commissioner when they go for a building permit. But also they have been informed that because there's a stone wall there, and it's a scenic road, that if they impact that stone wall, they would need to come to the planning board for a scenic road stone wall and tree removal permit.
Okay, and I understand it's an A&R, so approval is not required, but my only question is having, you know, I drive by this all the time. That stone wall is pretty continuous. So it would require to remove a stone wall that's a scenic stone wall on a scenic road to actually make the lot usable. It's just a threshold that's high. I'm just making it out known. Thank you.
Yeah, also if you notice, if the plan is accurately surveyed for that stone wall, there is a stretch of approximately what could scale to maybe 30 feet or so of a gap in the stone wall, just about in the center of that frontage of Parkerville. So there could be opportunity there if they lay it out properly.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mrs. Litchfield.
My only question is, there's a lot of wetlands in the frontage there. Where do you envision the access?
Well, aside from complying with the scenic road bylaw, I think the access could be anywhere. So my client hasn't determined yet where the access will fall along Parkerville.
But you contend you have it even though there's a lot of wetlands, like you can't drive to the wetlands.
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Stein.
No questions.
Mr. Mills.
No question.
Anyone from the public, neighbors, anybody? No?
No question, no hands raised.
Okay, Mr. Mills.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we endorse, or endorsing, right?
Yep.
The, endorse the A&R for 250 Turnpike Road as requested by the applicant.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, Morris, yes?
Stein, yes?
Yes, Houlihan, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chevelle.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is discussion item 96 Mount Victory Road subdivision extension request. We'll ask the town planner to update us on where we are with this.
Okay, let me just, I'll just speak up that. And Colleen, you can step in at any time. Colleen's been kind of handling the correspondence on this. So at the last planning board meeting, I believe the planning board asked the planning department to ask town council on the pros and cons, so to speak, of granting an extension this far in advance of the expiration dates for the definitive subdivision and the covenant that goes along with it, which expires next April and June. Town meeting was last week, and I know that town council was very busy, but we did provide a request to town council in that regard. And I believe Colleen followed up again this afternoon with an email, so we haven't heard back yet. So we're still waiting on that. If Mike or Jack Bartolini reach out to us, as soon as we hear feedback from town council, we'll let them know so they can plan accordingly, perhaps for the next planning board meeting.
I think we have Michael here behind the mask.
Yeah.
Was that all, Karina?
Yeah, unless Colleen has something to add, unless she received an email from town council later today.
She's saying we've received nothing yet.
We have not received anything.
Is the board's opinion relative to waiting for town council's advice changed? The difference, I guess, would be to not wait for it, even though we asked them for it. We take action tonight, or wait, and our next meeting is May 23rd. So what's the pleasure of the board? Wait or act tonight? Or discuss it tonight?
The only issue I have is if we're gonna set a precedent. I appreciate Mike coming in early and telling us, hey, you know, it doesn't look like we're gonna be able to get this done because of supply chain issues and everything. So I don't envision myself holding up, saying, no, I'm not gonna go in favor of the extension. Knowing what his challenges is as a builder and the current state of the supply chain. But from a precedent standpoint, I see the conundrum that we're put in. So that helps him, Mike, but might mean you've got to come to a couple more meetings just so we can make sure that we don't put ourselves in a bind in the future.
Anyone else?
I kind of feel like the proponent addressed the reasoning. So I'm not sure, I mean, I guess I do have to defer to town council, but I don't really think personally that it sets a precedent. I think these are extraordinary conditions. So given that we're in unprecedented times in terms of supply chain and labor issues, I personally don't feel it sets a precedent, so I would be okay with acting this evening. That's just me.
Yeah, it seemed like the board was not, or was okay with the reasons. The issue was the timing. timing of granting an extension
That's a fair point. So,
so far in advance of meeting.
so I can't say for sure legally that it doesn't set precedent. So I guess in that way, I'm agreeing with Mr. Mills.
Yeah, I think so far we're reinforcing what we said before, which is, the supply chain issues are driving this. Mrs. Latrell?
Yeah, I understand, and my apologies to you that you sat here all night.
It's okay. I was gonna Zoom, but I figured probably we should be here for something, right?
But I agree with all the reasoning, but I don't, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if there's some reason town council would say it's not a good idea to grant it so early. We asked, so I think we should- okay.
Mrs. Elaine?
I'm jumping on what you just said. That's when I saw wait.
Okay. So there'll be no action tonight, Michael.
Right. And it doesn't, still can't get the pipe, so it doesn't change anything on my end. So,
Yeah,
but, yeah, so I guess I'll just contact Colleen and I'll make sure ahead of time next time.
Yeah.
Okay.
very good. All set.
That's it. All right.
I saw your grandmother today. She looked wonderful.
Oh, thank you. She's doing pretty good. She's excited. We got first communion next week, so
Oh,
or Saturday actually.
So does that mean there'll be a million cars at the house?
No, got to keep it small. Can't do anything too big still. So especially with her, she's 96. So
It's one of the few, probably grandmothers who can look out the window on Mother's Day and see a Pontiac GTO convertible rumbling through the yard.
yep,
That's the bottom.
that's actually my mom's. So. No, we just want to say thank you for your service and your time too. So figured Barlene should at least be here for that. So
Thanks very much.
but
Thank you. You remember that you have the world's fastest.
It's one night.
It was a one-house subdivision.
Yep, Maple Street.
Maple Street
Maple Street
extension.
extension.
Yeah, one night
One
in
night.
and out in like, what, 20 minutes?
Pretty quick. So yeah,
Still holds the world's record. That was how long ago?
I was 26. So that was 42 now, so 16 years ago. So yeah.
He's 42.
Yeah.
So he was 1 when you started serving on. One.
No wonder when your father would come into the meetings, he looked so tired.
I think he used to bring me to the meetings. I think I was like 10 when I started coming here.
Yeah,
So
thank you very much for your kind words, for being here.
yeah, well, you put a lot of time in, you deserve it. So thank you.
Treat the board well in the future.
Try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is a discussion item, MBTA communities. Karina,
All right, just quickly, with Colleen's assistance, the select board was able to submit the information form by prior to the May 2nd deadline in order for the town to have interim compliance with MBTA communities. So we're awaiting how the process will proceed. And that's about it.
anything, Colleen?
No, just waiting. The lawyers are getting involved, so it'll be real interesting.
Okay. Anybody else on MBTA communities? Discussion.
Nope, there are 2 attendees in the Zoom waiting room, but no questions.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is other business properly before the board.
No,
Skip one.
no. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a recommendation. We take, if there's any comments from the public first on if there's for discussion item, farewell tribute to everlasting chair, Don Morris. Are there any hands raised from the public?
No, not at this time.
They're all asleep.
Anyone here in the room, part of the public or from the selectmen that would like to say anything?
Speaking unofficially, I would like to recognize Mr. Morris's longtime service.
And could you state your name, please?
Sam Steiger, 7 Presidential Drive. A fairly long history, about almost half the time he has served, but we've not always agreed, but I've always respected his dedication to the town and his diligent service. It's hard to find volunteers that are so committed, diligent, dedicated, and the time he has kind of benefited from it, and I certainly appreciate the effort that you put in. So, thank you, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Sam. Very nice. Sam and I were on the ZAC. Was it 6 years?
Seemed like 60. It's not about getting T-shirts saying we survived. So.
And most of the time, the vote was 6-1. And one was Sam. But once in a while, it would be 5-2. And it would be Sam and I. And the room would have this like uncomfortable.
Be shocked.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I really appreciate it, but that was something. And then, of course, all the boards you've served on, and, you know, we all interact, so, you know, your treatment, you and the selectmen, you know, we interact, try to work together, pull in the same direction, try to do what's best for the town. And we're certainly there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, I wanted to be here for the final gavel strike.
With the new one.
New one.
The final strike would be the new one.
Maybe the only need to have both the old and new.
Yeah. If you act up, Sam, I can hit it and call you out of order.
All times to consider that.
But I never did it. No, no.
Thank you.
So I don't know, Karina and Colleen, I don't know if you guys want to say anything, and then
Karina,
I
you
have
can-
some, oh, yes, I have something to say very briefly, which is unusual for my long sentences. I've known Don now for 5.5 years, and I just want to say that he is a great person to work with. He's been a fabulous mentor to me. As you know, I came from engineering and transitioned to planner, so there was a learning curve there, but around every corner, Don provided me with guidance and advice and encouragement and boosting my confidence. Just all around a great person to work with. And you're the best manager that I've ever had. And I've have over 30 years of experience with many different managers. I appreciate everything you've done to help me. I hope that you come by the townhouse as often as you can to just touch base and maybe attend some of the meetings for the fun of it. But I'll miss you as my manager. I'm happy that the remaining members of the board are also great people to work with. So I'm not super afraid or anxious, and I'm looking forward to that. But generally, Don, thank you so much for all your help and your guidance. I can't say enough about it, but thank you.
Well, Karina, you know that I always thank you. You're so dedicated, and you and I speak engineering, so it's easy to communicate. I don't think the planning office has ever been even close to this well managed, even though we've had some pretty good managers, pretty good town planners. But you're at the top of the list for sure in managing the office, which at times was like a revolving door for any assistance that you needed. And I don't know, we haven't counted the months, but for many, many months, probably added up over a year out of the 5 years where you had nobody. There's nobody there. Man, the
Oh, I
whole
thought you were gonna say that was the amount of time that I've called you on the phone.
Oh, maybe I got my notes mixed up. No,
Thank you.
no, my wife will, you know, she won't see me in the house, and she'll look out in the backyard, and I'll be sitting there talking with you, sometimes even in the winter. And, you know, she just, I don't know why, but she, you know, she'll say, who was that? And it's like, Karina. And everything okay? Always okay. Everything's always okay. I will miss those phone calls a little bit. But I also expect the phone calls from you, Colleen, and whoever the new next chair lady is. You know, until you know, forever. If you, I mean, we still call Hillary, don't you? So
Absolutely. Don't
Yeah.
change your number.
no.
We know where you live.
Thank you for your kind words. Thank you.
Oh, it's sincere.
This agenda item is.
Don't mind the bag. Don, this is a token of our appreciation as your planning board members. I.
Did not come out of the budget. This is our own pocket.
Yeah, this is.
For the record.
Right, for the record, we all pitched in and
Can I open it?
there's a card, you kind of have to read the card first, there's a whole process when you make it.
Our good guy. Goes right for the big stuff.
It's heavy.
But I think that the sentiment is that I think it's taught all of us so much. I think I first experienced the planning board. I've been a member in town for probably 20 years, and one of my first things I got to learn about was Flatley. I won't mention any more about that, but then I got very involved in town politics and particularly really understanding our planning and development. You've taught me a lot as a chairman, Don. You have really opened my eyes on hearing and not necessarily jumping to any conclusions, listening to what proponents have, what our fellow board members have to say, really thinking about it, understanding how the town planner weighs in, and I've learned a lot over the period that I've been served on the board. I will miss you. It's been a really nice experience to learn from you, and I'm sorry we don't have 5 more years with you. But I know that you will be coming to the planning board meetings just for the fun of it and sharing some of your intellectual experience and institutional knowledge that you have gained over the 41 years here that we probably will all need to seek out at some point. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, the way your words, Marnie, I believe you, that you have learned through the whole process, not necessarily from me, but you've learned, and you're the newest member. So the way I feel about the rest of the planning board is the strongest I've ever felt, I think. But leaving at this time is just making room for more improvements. Good, strong board, excellent people. And not on a mission, not on a, no axe to grind, just focusing on what's best for the town of Suffolk. So, some paperwork here that says retirement is a time to look back with pride on achievements made, to remember with appreciation the many people and moments shared, and to celebrate the future with all its possibilities. Oh, look at this, I got all these notes here. Today and always, you're wished the very best life can bring in everything you do. Congratulations. I'll read these notes. We're gonna have an admin session after this. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if that's the end of,
I don't think so. Do you have anything to say?
I just want to thank you, and I've learned so much. Stay available via phone. I think the last you heard from me.
Mimi, you're like next, what's the term in the military? Next man up, next, whatever. Retired. It's a huge difference because you guys work all day long, every day. How you can do this? I mean, I did it, but and you wonder how you did it, but you do it. But being retired allows you to come in. It's really a massive benefit, I think, to the town. The extra hours that you can.
Don't talk her out of it.
You can donate. She's already doing it. So that status is a potential benefit to the town that most people don't know about or maybe appreciate. I guess if they knew about it, they'd appreciate it more. But if you don't have to get up and go to work every day, then you can spend more time on this stuff and be here, which at times is necessary to help the staff.
I'll be brief. My first hearing was at 84 Main Street in 2014, and I was extremely nervous. Don, you really put me at ease, and you took the time to explain what was happening and help keep everything in perspective, which generally consisted of me, accosting you in the parking lot after the hearings and chewing on your ear, and you were very patient and kind and generous with your time. And over the last 8 years, I've had a lot of questions and concerns about lots and lots of agenda items, and you've always welcomed my questions to the point of generosity. When I had questions about that, about why you were being so nice to me, you told me that I was adding to the transparency of the board's process and expanding understanding for others in town. And this is the same grace, kindness, and fairness I have seen firsthand you extend to all members of all boards and committees, town employees, proponents, and town residents in general. What an exceptional and important example you have set for leadership in government, and we need more Dons. So thank you, and if you choose to run for selectman, you can put a sign in my yard.
That's great.
Well said.
Actually, they asked me in the 80s to run for selectman, and at that time, there was no way I could just, first of all, I wasn't interested in it, but being on the planning board then was, the town was being developed, so what the planning board was doing was really approving things that would be there for centuries. So it really felt as though there was more contribution to the town on the planning board at that time than any time that a selectman would be, working for the town. So it was never a consideration, but now maybe it is.
He's multitasking. So Don, I just want to say from day one, when I started as well,
How many years ago, Andrew?
I think it's 16.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
16, yeah. So, and I remember being down where Marty is at the end of the table, like nervous and like, what am I doing here? Like you said the other night, like, I don't know what I'm doing. But the whole methodology of like going down from the other members and getting to be like, I felt like, oh, I really learned from everyone's questions as I moved from chair to chair to chair. Further, as you face the audience to the left, which was really helpful. So the methodology you had for new members coming on, there was a method to the madness. It wasn't really madness, but there was a method, which was great. And also I have to say, you not being or having an agenda, say for the town or it's going to come up. You really do have the best interests of the town at heart. You don't have an agenda that you're trying to do one thing or another. You're looking at the project for its worth, how it meets the zoning, and how when we as a board interact with other departments, boards, select boards, whoever, the town council, really helped me over the years see how it all integrates and we can move things much better for the town forward by uniting early on. And your vision on how to do that from over the years is tremendous. And look forward to whatever your next step is in serving the town, which I know you'll probably be doing something in some capacity. But that skill that you had was great. That I think really helped the planning board stay very productive and also out of the limelight in terms of issues and so controversy, because of how we could, your vision of how we could work with other departments and resolve issues before others even saw them coming. So again, you did it right. You did it right. And thank you for all your service. I can't say it enough. And echo everything everyone else already said. You're going to be greatly missed and glad that you still have that flip phone that we can call you on.
It wasn't that long ago. Remember, I said, what's blue light? And I really didn't know what it was. And Andrew was very quick to tell the room and the public that my flip phone doesn't emit that spectrum of the light spectrum. So I thought that was more of a scientific answer than you're old, Don, and you don't know technology. But I have a regular phone number. Yeah, Andrew, what you were saying there about learning how to do things. And I think we all, because of the quality of the people, the hard work, dedication that you all are, we're all learning mostly how to do it right. But there were times when there was a great amount of learning from some members on how to do it not right. And sometimes that was struggle, but it also was a contrast that where you could people that wanted to do it not by the rules maybe would make themselves known, and those who wanted to do things by the rules and took the time to understand the rules were reinforcing the members on the board that wanted to go in that direction. So as usual, Andrew, you nailed it. So with this item almost over, I need to thank all of you guys, but the first one I have to thank is my wife. You know, I'd be on the phone with Karina, previous town planners, other planning board members, over the years. And it was always, you know, is everything okay? What's up? And then I'd start to explain it. And then it would be like, I don't know what you're talking about. But is everything okay? So it's, yeah, well, you know, it's okay. And then this is more of the sacrifice that my wife, my daughter, my son gave in supporting me was, you know, there were fewer opportunities for long weekends. You know, we wouldn't take long weekends or even go on vacation sometimes, even though we wanted to, but sometimes there were things that I can't miss that meeting. And there was no Zoom, so that was part of the sacrifice. And then like tonight, you know, it's almost 11 o'clock. So, you know, pull in the driveway. I mean, I used to kid her, and the town planners at the time that if I got home from a planning board meeting, you know, before 11 o'clock, my wife would call the cops because she'd think it would be, you know, burglar, you know, home too early. But no, it's just tremendous support from my wife and my kids. My son was in Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts over here. And sometimes I'd ask my wife, you know, to bring him in and put him at the door to see me, see his father serving the town so that he could learn. And he did. And some nights, you know, there wasn't too much violence. He'd come over and he'd sit in my lap and we'd conduct some business with him sitting on my lap. It was pretty cool. I guess you can't do that now. It violates the public meeting. Then, you know, the planning board members, the other town officials, and probably mostly it's the public that I should be grateful, most grateful for, you know, electing me, voting for me, and, you know, go downtown, go to the post office, go to the dump, and, you know, people run into you, and for the most part, over the many years, it's been complimentary. And not just to me, but to the board. And that made me feel great, that we were the most respected board in town, in the town's government. That wasn't always the case, but for the most of the time, I think it was, and I think it is right now. And that's important to all of us to have that be important to us, that we do earn and keep the public's respect.
Just one other thing, though, to build on that is, I recall prior planning board members who have left, gone on to other roles in the town, and then having to come back to us for an issue or whatever, and saying how much they missed the planning board and the way things work on the planning board. So that's a true testament to how you run or ran the planning board, and set up or help groom us along the way, and have a balanced board. That we can disagree on items and still be really good friends and get along, and there's no disrespect or because of varying opinions. So great job with that too.
Well, I learned from Charlie Gaffney. He was the chairman, and and before that, there were, you know, it was more every year we had a new chair. But once Charlie was the chairman, it was like, nobody's going to beat this. And so he was the chairman for over, 20 something years. And it was, I learned so much from him. Of course, that the initial chair was Jim Denman. And what a gentleman. he was and the way he treated people with respect. I think that's the way it should go. But when Charlie Gaffney didn't continue on the board, sometimes he'd come to the meetings, and I would call on him as Citizen Gaffney. So, which was my way of making sure that the public knew that I was in charge. And that he was, even though when he was in the room, he was in charge. So whoever the next chair is, if I show up, Citizen Mars. That's great. Anything else? Beat that thing to death? We good? Thank you all so much. This is really spooky. When I was walking in here tonight, it was like, actually, when I was walking into the town hall, it was like, it was kind of spooky to, I didn't want to think about it too much. But I grew up across the street and we used to play here. We used to play. Used to come in, talk to the town clerk. It was set up differently back then, much different. Let's go into the police station, which was that closet downstairs. And it would be, the door would be open. There'd be no cop. There'd be only one cop in town. The door would be open. There'd be the radios there and probably guns and everything. I don't know. Just walk in, look around. What are you boys doing? Nothing. Let's go. Spent a lot of time in the town hall. Yeah. So it'll be even spookier when I leave tonight, but we'll see. If there's nothing else, we can move on to the next item on the agenda. Planners report, other business before the board. Planners report. Rena.
You're muted, Karina. You're muted.
Oh, I guess that was pretty quick. There's a volunteer appreciation breakfast scheduled on May 18th from 7 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. I recommend that we try to all attend. And that is all I have for the planners report this evening.
Okay, next item is approval of minutes, April 13th, 2022.
Make a motion, we approve the minutes from April 13th, 2022 as written.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, Morris, yes?
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Yes. Houlihan, yes.
And then we have the minutes of April 25th, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, Morris, yes?
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Yes. Houlihan, yes.
And then we have, the next item is the executive session minutes, but I think we're still waiting for those, the feedback from town council. Is that right, Karina?
That's correct.
Okay, so those will have to carry over to the next meeting. And the next meeting of the planning board is May 23rd and June 6th. And if it's okay, there's some administrative items that I think would help the board after we adjourn from this agenda. So if the board is willing to stick around for just a few minutes, we can go over some administrative items after we adjourn.
Sounds good. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, Morris, yes?
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Yes. Houlihan, yes.
We're adjourned.
Mhm.